last time, so I'll give a semi-detailed rundown of what happened. With all of that, I think I have everything pulled up, unless I am smoking crack. I am not. Okay, good. Cool, cool, cool. Depending on how quickly we move through things tonight, I will also potentially, if we get to it in the narrative, introduce the new system that I've been working on, as well for that lovely new level replacement that we're doing for the item system. I think you will all very much enjoy it. But it's also a thing that I kind of want to do as 4, so I'm hoping Jared joins late. I don't have to try to explain it to him just by himself, because there'll be a billion questions in my chat. Okay. That's a whole lot of yapping and a whole lot of not story yapping, so let's get to it. Last time, on whatever the hell this is. No, on the journey to the Shrouded Isles, because guess what? I can say the campaign name now, excuse me, now that it's finally what you're actually doing. Trying to get back home.
Yay!
Bow, bow,
Um,
bow.
only took us a year and a half. So, last time the Shrouded Isles, you all had arrived in the original land of Eris, which you knew on a much smaller scale before. I mean, not barely the size of a normal continent. Now, after being given the map of this new world by Wave and by Aldrin, you saw there was a lot to set out, a lot to see, and a lot to do in this year's time that you have. You spent a week kind of getting your feet wet, learning how to craft your various different sigils and arcane focuses in order to create that self-sustaining aspect of being adventurers, of not just relying on others to create the tools that you need to survive, but you being able to make yourselves one as well. And we even saw one of you get to create a little magical trinket with some help. Mustang, as we all know, transferred over into Manstang with the aid of Wave in a very dangerous and rather dubious battle, as you had multiple different parties all trying to get in at once, with the form of Bernard the Bard, a lovely little human man who bears no resemblance to Manstang and had no influence on what his looks like whatsoever. It gave you the choice of trying to live as you are right now, or trying to kind of give you that new life that you had been seeking for quite a while. The spark driving you to do things out of your control, and having this rampaging entity kill a multitude of people, whether you liked it, meant it, or not, allowed you, and with the assistance of Jan, the entity who is entrapped inside of Lancelot, didn't defeat or kill the spark, but tamed him for now, sealing him inside of the humanoid clay shell that you currently call home. With all of you getting geared up and rolling for some items to see if you had any luck finding what you needed aboard the ship. Don't know why I called it a ship, because it is an island. But, you know, it flies in the air and it has wings, so close enough. You decided that you wanted to head out as soon as possible to reach the city of Relen. All of this was to assist in the mission to fix Mischief, and in order to know how to fix her, you would need the aid of a very powerful mage by the name of Torren Selir, of which you had a brief, memorable moment with a few of you thinking back to a little few months ago when you met the original group of sponsors for the first time with Layla Selir. And by the descriptions alone, it was very clear that they had some connection. A few guesses were thrown around, and a few concerns were thrown around that Torren would be the Lich that you guys had met earlier in the campaign. But with a natural 20 history check and some clarification from Kipley, you remembered that Lich went by the name of Vander von Duel and also was far outside of the Salir family. Um, not fully from the same practicing art as well when it comes to magic. The Salirs, being a very long line of sorcerers, were well known for their ability to gift their magic, either imbue it into the spells that runs through their blood, or into items, of which a few of you saw with Layla and her cursed chains aboard the ship. All this being said, step one was trying to find something that could identify what is wrong with Mischief. Maybe what really is Mischief now that you think about it. And help give you the next step in trying to complete this harrowing task. 51 weeks remain, and you set off. You started traveling under a bright, starry night. A atmosphere that is pure and untainted. Beautiful outstretched valleys in front of you that seem to almost never end until they hit the peaks of mountaintops, almost forming a massive ring around you. As you began to set off on foot, as they didn't have any horse or carriage for you, the only thing they would provide were bigger beasts of labor and or straight dragons, which not nearly as the friendly Dumbala ones that you rode before. So you decide to hoof it over the slumbering slopes. In the direction of Relan, you set a small side goal in visiting the Ironwood Thicket, as not only is Durdan the Savage Hunter now the guardian of, for his form with Escaldos, but Mammoth, in all of his journeys so far, has only come across one, if not maybe two other nature Baden folk, and only one real druid. I'm curious about the type of people that he comes from, what kind of culture druids live in, and trying to understand more about the world that is now, before everything was lost, before the druids went extinct almost. You all decided that you wanted to stop at the Iron Thicket, which is technically not even out of your way to Relin. So on your way there, we decided on what role you would like to have for your random encounter. And as stated previously, these aren't just random rolls where you get to have a fight or potentially meet a random NPC. It determines a leg of the journey now, and also ties in some elements from each of your backstories, depending on what you choose. And we chose a 96. Right off the bat, some rests went through, and as a midday's travel was had, you ran into a group of strangers. A bunch of friendly, some certainly not warrior types, sitting out under a massive awning by a river. And as you were passing by, they didn't seem to take notice or mind of you. You saw there was some sort of celebration, and Mammoth exchanging some glances, Durdan keeping an eye out, and both Kipley and Mustang trying to book it the fuck out of there to avoid confrontation, decided to carry on your way. But as you got roughly about a mile off, there was some sort of explosion in the distance. Not fire or flame, but hard stone heavily impacting against Earth at incredible velocities to send out geysers send pillars of sand, dirt, and muck into the air, signifying some sort of action was taking place. And because Duradon is Duradon and has an insanely busted in some circumstances such as this, barbarian ability with Path of the Beast, excuse me, he has eagle eyes, which can see legitimately up to a mile in perfectly clear condition. Um, and he saw these strange creatures made out of roots kind of writhing around these lanterns they were carrying, uh, of which were beings that none of you really recognized. But you saw very clear as day that there was a attack on whoever these people were, and decided that, well, you could leave them, or you could continue on. Half you really wanted to stay and fight, and the other two were more than happy to continue on your merry way, but decided if one was going to, then all was going to. And that's where we got reminded that this small child has the legs of Usain Bolt, as Mammoth and Duradon took off, taking the lead to this fight, where you fought a number of wilting wisps, tiny little kind of occult-based wisp creatures stuck inside of these massive decaying constructs. You saw both a capability of kind of melee-esque combat, but the main thing was their ability to summon the cobblestone clusters, these strange bursts of rock that was emitting from their bodies and slamming themselves into either people, the ground, or just areas in general to give off this kind of rubble shattering effect. And a whole bunch of goblins seemingly controlling these creatures. You can see a number of them riding their backs as if they're mounts, kind of hovering around them in their general vicinity, getting far too close for comfort, and yet seeming unbothered by their presence. And after you quickly, and I mean quickly, dispatched through them, it seemed a little too easy. And while a number of the Celebrator's were unfortunately perished, the survivors were still heavily injured and looking like they were on their last legs when you met the Flowing Father. A large, nearly 40-foot tall tree creature. Something that didn't quite seem fully plant, but also didn't quite seem fully fey. This massive construct that was almost glinting in the sunlight. And it became very evident as to why, when combat began, these strange mercurial rods were thrown and used as weapons, and for very concerning moments, almost destroying a number of both innocent lives and party lives. As this was a very challenging fight, and also your introduction to the gargantuan type creatures, where the bigger they are, truly the harder it takes for them to fall. With some very clutch spells, creative thinking, and Duradon being the tank he always dreamed to be, you managed to slug the beast unconscious with the help from both the survivors and these strange, funny men. As you were all fighting, Mammoth heard horseback riders kind of charging towards them, and you saw these three cloaked figures of Dror, Drain, and Roar. Kind of three warrior-looking dudes of various different sizes and species. And you saw that as they came in, it was very clear from their intent that they did not pay mind to you, but saw the rampaging beast and sought to not kill it, but subdue it as they seemed to recognize whatever this creature was and recognize that the actions it was taking did not seem like itself. And in doing so, you all managed to defeat non-lethally uh, the Flowing Father and knock it unconscious, of where you begin to regroup, of which, by the way, as I didn't want to run Mustang without Mustang's approval, he spent the majority of his combat stuck beneath a crumpled mountainside from the appearance of the Flowing Father, uh, and very funnily had to deal with the fact that he can no longer face for objects anymore and had to manually be thrown slash uh, dug out by the new trio and with the assistance of Duradon Kipley. You met back up with these three. They introduced themselves and told you that the valley that you sit in is, in fact, their territory. Um, they explained to you that you are most welcome here, but also were curious on where you were from, as it was very clear to them, for a reason that you may understand or not, that you were not from around these parts. Just based on your traveling knowledge, your unfamiliarity with the Flowing Father and the Wiltering Wisps, all of that was potentially a little add-on to some already suspicious minds, which were very easily malleable, as they didn't really seem to have the greatest of intelligence for trying to figure out who you were. They just asked some simple questions. Where were you going? What's your purpose? Who are you? Some things like that. And Duradon and Kipley had some interesting conversation. Duradon explained that you were going to the Ironwood Thicket and that you all planned to cross the ocean to get there. And when explaining to you that the Ironwood, while not completely notorious for being violent towards outsiders, was certainly not welcome, and that you would have to have some sort of blessing to enter, claimed that he was in fact the guardian of the thicket and that the spirit had named him so. This arose major questions as a bunch of nobodies coming out of nowhere saying that they are in fact, well, one is in fact the guardian of a long-lost druidic grove, of which he has no actual idea of where it is or who these people are that live inside of it. So they asked some further questions, and then some further questions. It became very evident that they didn't trust this statement as they updated your information of this current world, that Esclados's real body was taken away during the Divergence. 200 years ago is when the gods were banished from this realm, and or some killed and banished from this realm. And during that time, the body of which Esclados's original form stemmed from went missing. You guys know where it was, or where it went, as it was very clear one way or another that a certain blacksmith by the name of Noel most likely acquired it. How? You're unsure. Um, but you know that it is now sitting inside of a very large, half metallic and half ironwood machine by the name of a walker. To everyone else, this creature just disappeared from the world and has never been yet to be found. Presumed dead, but no real evidence to prove so, as the body is nowhere to be seen. The conversation went on, and the demands went to a point where Duradon and Kipley both mentioned that the reason of why they're having trouble answering these questions was because it is not necessarily where they are from that they lack this knowledge, it is when they are from. And that was a little spark of which I had to roll some charisma saving throws and some stealth checks, of which Duradon passed, and Kipley rolled a natural one, leading to the following circumstance. The man of which you were talking to primarily was Dror, the kind of large, hulking man with the bestial bear headdress. It's very clear that he asked Duradon a question. His face seemed to snap to the side for a moment, nearly for a split second, almost looking like a glitch of what you would see in a TV or some sort of video game, where something's not supposed to happen, but bugs out into a spiraling way. And then looked at Duradon again and asked the same question and repeated this thrice before everything seemed to freeze. A feeling that you all have experienced, well, some of you twice now, others for the first time. Once was aboard the floating prison, of which Kipley, Duradon, and Mammoth got to see how exactly the inside of a time stop looks. And the other when Uldren summoned you the first time that you met him back on Paradise Peak. And you heard a voice enter your heads. At least it seemed like it was so until you realized that it was coming from the actual area surrounding you, giving you a warning that something should not be meddled with. And that's where we left off last time, and that's where we're going to pick up tonight. As Kipley, Mammoth, and Mustang are sitting before this kind of depiction of Duradon beginning to open his mouth, and both Dror, Drain, and Roar all staring at him as they do, kind of frozen in this moment of time, you see, you are all looking at one another, and you are able to freely look around the space. You can see the floating father, still unconscious, about 60, 70 feet behind you. The horses kind of in different kind of posed frames, some going into like a mid-jog. So one is fully four hooves, is off the ground in the middle of the air, as it looks like they're sprinting towards a bit of open pasture. And the other two kind of one leg up and one horse tail that's just kind of stuck wildly to the left in a flying motion. It would be extremely concerning if you had not once already experienced what it's like when a moment in time is paused. And you hear in addition, to kind of yourselves breathing, kind of looking at one another, beginning to converse, you hear two thuds, two sets of footsteps, as you turn and see both Uldren Mascara and Wave not approaching, but standing behind you. Wave giving the biggest I am mad and I am disappointed, arms kind of crossed, looking at you, staring specifically at Duradon, of which who is still frozen this period of time, and Uldren, who is just kind of inspecting the surroundings, kind of looking in your general direction, but doing anything but looking actually in any of your eyes. And you see Wave speaks up and goes, "It has been 2 nights rest. 2 nights rest since you left the comfort of the palace. And yet, we already have to use this tier of magic to intervene. I am so very concerned for what lies ahead. And I believe this is why we should have told them to begin with," as he looks towards Aldrin. And Aldrin just kind of gives a slight snap of a side eye back. You see Wave just kind of registers, but does not back off from the statement. And Aldrin looks at all of you and goes, "My apologies. This is going to be a rather confusing explanation of which I presumed," gives a little side eye towards Wave, "that potentially based off of texts and other things from your realm, you would know what not to do when you are visiting this time. I presumed that I had briefed you about this before I sent you back, but this was very clear. None of this happened. So please, come, sit. I feel like you have questions, and I most certainly do as well." And you see he straight up walks up to one of the, he walks up to the horse that is midair and just kind of leans up against it. You can see there's just a number of like rocks in the general vicinity that Wave just kind of slightly moves his hand in front of, just one by one, moves to sit in like a kind of semicircle in front of Aldrin. What do y'all do?
Mustang, he's never had this experience happen to him before, so he's tweaking out a little bit. And as he passes by Duradon to go sit in this half circle, and he sees him with his mouth partially open, he's gonna very slowly stick a finger in and out of Duradon's mouth and be like, "Huh,
Oh God!
weird," and then go
It,
sit down.
you can see there's like a single strand of saliva on the inside that's like just beginning to form, and as your finger goes by it, it doesn't feel wet. It almost feels like an icicle, and you just kind
Ugh.
of slowly and disgustingly retract your finger.
Ugh.
But his eyes do not show any movement in recognition.
Oh, weird.
And he
So
goes,
he's
"Yeah,
just gonna go sit
I'm
down.
going to leave him inside. Please don't stick your finger inside of his mouth. That is disgusting.
I
And a
was just
terrible
checking.
use of time stop. Um, no, I'm going to keep him inside of this because I feel like this explanation is going to have him ask many dumb questions, of which I feel you three are at least headed enough to explain this to him after I reset this scenario."
He can't see, hear, or feel any of this?
No.
I
If you
Wow.
think
have any
that's
underlying feelings or of pent-up rage against this man, you may feel free to kick, punch, um,
Um,
wedgie, I guess.
Tempting on the last one, but not from a place of malice. But I will forego such fraternizing, and he will sit down in the semicircle.
You see, it'll just kind of let out a deep sigh, and this entire time, like, Wave is sitting right next to him. Sitting
You sit
actually
right next to
on Wave sits on the back of the horse. And so it's kind of like a when a principal is shadowing a class and like they'll sit on the teacher's desk when the teacher's like at the whiteboard writing or something like that. It's very weirdly like my boss is in the room and I'm having to boss my boss in this moment. Um, and you can see as he's kind of sitting up there, he's just kind of staring down more at Aldrin than you guys, but does give cursory glances towards each of you, and does kind of give a moment, even those who have the lower senses of perception, because he does give a moment of recognition to the unconscious creature lying behind you, and kind of gives a nod. Notices some of you are far more fucked up than others, uh, and then just kind of drifts back off to staring daggers at the back of Aldrin's neck. Which Aldrin just kind of goes,
Um, right. I feel like there is a very deep misunderstanding that is occurred here. I may be partially responsible. I'm not. When I say I do not mean myself. I mean the version of myself that sent you all to me. I had many presumptions of which I did not inquire upon because you seemed so set out at the task at hand, and it has led us to this unfortunate crossroads of sorts, of where I feel I need to either tell you very pertinent information that could be as hurtful as it would be helpful, or ask you not to do certain things. So I will start with the first one. While you are in Eris, please, I beg of you, do not mention when and or where you are from. This is a very vast world. Eris is just part of it. You can lie, you can make up names, you can even say you're from different planes of existence. Number one rule of sending someone back in time is not finding out when you are from. These people in these cities are going to be from everywhere, so it'll be slightly easier for you to blend in. But if you are in a situation like this,
and he points to George, Rain, and Rourke, who are all still standing in front of Duradon, kind of with some arms crossed and others kind of like relaxed body posture while they're having this conversation, goes,
I cannot, and I repeat, cannot do this again. Every time, to put it frankly and as literally detailed as possible, every time I do this, there is a serious danger that comes with it. Not just to me, but to all of you and to this world.
What danger?
Yes,
Well, what kind of danger? What danger?
I feel like this is a very good and valid question that you're asking. I don't know if you would physically be able to understand, even if I told you what it is. I don't know if you would believe me. It may do more hurt than harm to know. But if you would like, I will tell you. I just need you to know that this is not a walk through a different time park. Everything you do here has consequences. And it was very clear that I understood that when I sent you to this time.
Okay,
I don't know
okay.
why, but
So no more telling people the truth, right?
I know that all of you are fantastic at being brutally honest, and some of you are fantastic at being wonderful liars. You can tell as many half-truths as you would like, but stating when you are from, adamantly, repeatedly, claiming to be a guardian of a spirit, though who I do not care, Whether that is actually true or not, that is for the spirit and the guardian to be determined. But you are all trying to help me and my sister. And in doing so, putting yourselves at risk. And in doing so, I would like to try and keep you safe as possible during that time. In order to help me help you do that, minimal use of your personal information should be given. In case any of your ancestors recognize you, most especially in case any very powerful beings or spellcasters recognize you are not from this era.
Okay, so half truths, half lies. We're from this time, and
Yes,
we're just traveling along, trying not to die.
you can make up whatever goal you wish. Oh, you can say you are very much doing business, by the way. You are. You have coin exchange, and you are doing a trade for a item that you are looking to acquire.
Was
So
it
yes,
that
you
that
have.
we helped these people?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, so
I'm
we
not
can
exactly.
interact, we can do things.
You must in order to get there and in order to complete this mission. I don't. There's logistically in no way that I can expect you to do this without talking to other people or running into creatures. Now I must say, I am not omniscient, omniscient, omniscient,
Omnipotent?
omnipotent. No, I think that is. And you see, Waves just kind of puts his hand on his face. It's like, oh my god, this is the nearly all-powerful dragon I serve. He goes, I may not be able to see all, but I can see some into the future. And I can know certain outcomes before they happen. I will say I'm surprised I am to see this is one that transpired. These beasts and beings, Wave would probably be familiar with them more than me, but I am aware of this figure behind you. And he gestures to the Flowing Father. This is in fact the guardian spirit of the valley. I have not personally interacted with it, but as I have flown over this valley multiple times, I have taken care not to land or trump upon these grounds, as they do not belong to him, but are protected by him. Very similar to how Duradon bonded with Esclados, who would do the very same for the Iron Thicket. I would not wish to intrude on their territory either. It is strange to see him attack humanoids, as he normally only attacks monstrosities, abomination, things of that nature. Things that do not belong.
Things that do not belong, you say. Think that we might count.
And then you all look around at each other. A lich, a dead man, and a child walk into a bar. No. You see, he goes,
From the future.
I, even so, I do not believe he would be able to sense anything like that, and those creatures around him. You see, Wave goes, are clearly corrupted, and in some way, shape, or form. This clearly wasn't supposed to happen. The druids here that were gathered were slaughtered by their very own creations, and I am sure that they are not meant to be controlled by tiny goblinoids, of which don't know what they're even meant for, or what they even are. Something, or likely someone, probably instructed them on how to gain hold of such creatures, whether it's a curse, mark, some sort of word of control, and influence them. At least that makes the most sense. You most certainly should not stop and help every stranger you meet along the way, but it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye out for what this being might be. I have a number of ideas who would want to hurt the valley, but the fact that you happen to be in it at the same time these creatures went wild seems a little far to be a coincidence.
Oh, do you think we're the reason everything goes wild?
And you see he does bat an eye, and you can see a little bit ways away, unfrozen, but purposely not coming over. Cyrus is still sitting there, kind of quietly staring at the flowing father, and then kind of giving cursory glances over to the conversation. Say Wave looks in her direction, then looks back at you guys. I do not know. I don't know if you are the ones that caused this, or if someone knew you were coming
Well, who would
and
know?
tried to send them to stop you or slow you down. I don't know.
How could anyone other than those within your palace know that we were coming?
That is a wonderful question of which I do not have an immediate answer. I am not saying that this is 100% the truth either. It just seems strange that they happen to be in this part of the valley at the same time you are. This is an extraordinarily large place. As you all know, you've traveled over 40 miles since you've been here, and you have not yet left the valley. Truly, you know, and you still have many more miles to go. This is a extraordinary large piece of land. So to have a run-in with a creature like this, to get the exact odds, you know, you're unsure of, as none of you are exactly intelligence-based, but, you know, they're pretty low that you would run into a creature this big out here, especially if it patrols the entirety of the valley.
What do you think the exact odds are that we would run into something like this?
Yeah. Wave just stares at you. Power word stun into power word kill. Can't please God. And you see he goes, extremely unlikely, as I said before. I think if I gave you a number, it would be irrelevant.
I'd break my
And also
brain.
unneeded. No, just you. I don't see why you would need it. Just unnecessary math.
All right.
Anyway, I feel like we've asked a lot, and I'm sure that some of you may have questions. So if you have any, feel free. This only lasts for, I think, only a minute. So, a minute more than what we've already gone through. So, chop chop.
You made it sound like there might be some situations where it's acceptable for us to reveal our origins. Did you have any examples in mind, or is it just if unless our lives are on the line, just keep it a secret?
You see Ultron goes, it is when you interact with beings of potential that worries me. The warriors themselves, they are not particularly special. And yet, I felt a disturbance the moment that you all spoke those words. And you were very lucky that I was the one that sensed that. So I would only ever use your real origins, names, backstories, to put it shortly, for all you have gone through and who you are as people, to the absolute minimum. Even Torin Salir should not know your real names.
We need fake names, okay?
The naming part, not particularly important, but again, ancestral interactions. I try not to do this often, but I have done something similar to this once before, and it did not go very well. That is a story for a different time now, because we are about to run out of this time. Please keep safe. Use your wits. You are very smart creatures. You are very cunning individuals. And I hope that we do not meet again until you have found the item. Or at least happier circumstances. And you see, he kind of gives a glance over Desires as he says happier circumstances, excuse me. Alright, well, I need to teleport us out of here before the spell ends, so you guys can just reassume your positions. It's gonna look like nothing really happened to them, but if you're all standing like 100 feet away, that's gonna look weird.
I forgot where I was.
I mean, they're not really gonna notice. I don't know.
She goes and
You do what you're
stands
gonna
like
do.
right next to Duradon, arms crossed, looking dour.
Yeah. And you see Wave grabs Uldren's shoulder and goes, "If you need anything, you have your speaking stones. Stay in touch." And they both vanish into mist. And as they do, the horse continues galloping through the air, hitting earth beneath it and continuing off. You can see Duradon kind of reaches towards his mouth and kind of rubs it as he begins looking around, kind of confused. And you see Dror looks at Duradon and all of you as you're back in your standing positions and goes, "Interesting. So, you are... Where exactly are you from again?"
We just kind of wander around.
Yeah, kind of just
Nomads.
follow where their
Yeah.
food goes.
Nomadic life is most certainly one that is not popular during these times of, well, cities in celebration, but one I can appreciate. We all can appreciate. And you see Dror, Roar, and Drainclaw give you a shared look of respect as these three are clearly hunters and kind of traverse the land as well. And she goes, "Very well." And you see, it's very clear. Go ahead and give me insight checks, anyone who would like. Either insight or perception, your choice.
Poop.
I just heard the slightest bit of ooh from Ash.
I'm excited to be able to roll something. My fingers have been itching. Wait, okay. I found my most expensive dice that I lost in the move.
Oh,
So I'm gonna roll with those.
nice. A mammoth, an 18. Nice.
There it is.
Oh, okay, that did go through. I didn't have roll 20
It
yet.
didn't go. It didn't go for in roll 20. Yeah, but I saw it
Oh,
in
okay.
the in D&D Beyond.
Sorry, I'm taking so long. My computer is slow.
It's okay. We're
I
we're
broke.
just waiting for you.
No, I'm sorry. I broke my computer in the move, like my Ferrari computer that was
You
so expensive.
broke your
I'm on my
computer.
Mac. Yeah, I know. It didn't survive. So I need to go to take it to the computer doctor.
Oh God. The
Yeah, tell me about it.
computer doctor.
I mean, I don't know what else to do. Okay. That's gonna be a dirty 20
Dirty 20.
for
Nice.
perception.
So dirty 20 and 18. Even with a 9, you do get something, Kipley, in the fact that these guys look confused. Not confused by your response, but confused by a sudden change in something. It's a little more evident with Mustang and Mammoth, as you guys clearly, both being spellcasters, are. It's pretty clear when someone casts a spell in a large kind of area, unless they are immensely powerful, precise, and thinking about the rest of what's around them, they normally don't care for what the aftermath is. The number one kind of example of that being is wizards casting Fireball. Extremely powerful AoE magic that kind of just destroys a bunch of people, but also, as you all know, can scorch the inside of a tavern or just kill a bunch of bystanders that were just in that happenstance area, or even just leave scorch marks showing that it was there, even though that the magic is instantaneous. For Mustang specifically, you noticed while Dror and Roar seem to be a little kind of less confused and aware, the larger orc barbarian in between them is very evident that he isn't looking at you guys as much now that the conversation has kind of shifted and a little bit more peaceful for the moment, and is looking around you all. And Mammoth sees this as well, with the fact that he's kind of looking at the grass and the patterns. And while everything went back to the moment before you left, it's very clear that something was moved without them seeing what. Now, the stones are back in their original places, but still, like, the disturbed movement of the grass from where you guys were walking over and talking to them. Well, it's not the biggest kind of question of, like, how that could happen, because this was a battlefield, so it could have been a number of other people's footprints, or other than that. It seems pretty clear that Drain notices something that his companions don't, and is, at least for the moment, not bringing it up. But you see, Jorah continues and goes, "Very well, we will, if you be alright with it, we'd like to go ahead and the flowing farther away from here. What a beautiful specimen of his elk would be doing attacking the circle of the serene, I am unsure, but we will help guide the survivors to their homes and ensure that he gets back to his dwellings before nightfall. You are
What
welcome
happens
to
at nightfall?
join us in this task." I'm sorry, what was that?
What happens at nightfall?
The valley is... it can be a dangerous place.
Oh, that, okay. No, okay, I get that.
And he kind of looks over to the bodies of the wilting wisps. And you can see now at this point, everything except for the lanterns have fully decayed. It is like a plant that was once full of life and nutrients has had every aspect of it drained away, like you have not watered or have not kept it in proper soil for a number of months. And they're just hollow husks of once they were, except for the lanterns, of which still look green, fluorescent, and you can see some movement inside. And he kind of goes,
These creatures aren't exactly the only things that wander about. Normally, they only move during the nighttime. To see them out in the day is a discrepancy. Confusing one, but there's a number of woodland creatures. Normally to the south of here, and he nods so you can see the valley does turn into like a small patch of woodland area further down south by a few, like a good like 5-ish miles. You can see he goes, they normally don't wander too far away from their place of origin, but here they are. It is strange, but
Are we on the map? Are we still in like that peninsula dangly thing?
You guys are still right here. You were right
Oh.
underneath the Pifa slopes. Yeah, no, you haven't even gotten to the ocean yet. This was your second day of travel after you've been dropped off.
Oh man.
There's still a good 40 miles before you even get to the ocean.
And which way are they pointing that they're going?
When they said they were going to help the Circle of Serene back to their homes, they pointed south in a southward direction. They didn't give you a direction for the for where the Flowing Father resides. You don't know whether it's intentional or not, but they just said they would bring them back. And you see, he goes, if you would like, you can come and stay with our people for the evening.
Oh no, we
I'm
really
sure
gotta move
many
on.
number of them. Oh,
Right. She turns and looks at the rest of her party.
I mean, weren't we trying to get closer to the Ironwood Thicket? Aren't these people kind of people we need
I
to
was
know?
going to say if you would like to learn more about this thicket, we can give you some basic briefing on what you might want to do when approaching it, and can bring you to the coast if you would like. We will not be traveling to the thicket itself, as again, they do not normally take outsiders or visitors, especially from those outside of their ilk. But we would be happy to guide you, as you have done a great service today in sparing this creature's life.
I mean, Kipley, are you okay with that? I feel like we might need the help getting in there.
Kipley leans in close to you. We're not supposed to use our real names.
No, come up with a fake one.
I have plenty of fake ones.
Well, then pick one.
Alright, she turns and looks at him.
Wait, pick one for Mammoth too while you're at it.
Alright.
My name's Elephant.
Oh.
and you see he goes, not Drain, but Drawer, or excuse me, Roar, the kind of double wielding short sword looking guy who ran to you previously, goes, you gave us your names before, right? I want to reiterate. You said you were Mammoth. Are you?
Nickname.
Is that
Your
like,
your
you know,
nickname is Elephant.
yeah, because mammoths are elephants.
No, my nickname's
and-
Mammoth.
Your nickname is Mammoth, but you're an elephant. Didn't you say that you were proudly named after mammoths? We had a whole bonding story where I told you about the glowing wildlands and I saw a mammoth once.
Yeah, I think we vastly misunderstood what happened a few minutes ago. I'm fine just moving on. She looks towards Mustang.
Right. You do not have to accept our hospitality. We're meaningfully trying to repay a favor. There's a number of outsiders who would have just killed this creature if they had the capability to, which still impressive. You see, he kind of gives a little nod towards you guys. But a number of them wouldn't have thought twice before just slaying something if it attacked them. The wisps, understandably so that they had to go, but this is a guardian of the valley, and we coexist with him for a number of years. But if you do not wish for that for our paths to cross, then yeah, you are absolutely free to continue on. We will not bother you. We will send word that you, if you do not wish to be bothered by any of our people, we can have them keep their distance.
Above table. Megan does not care what we do. Just
Table heard.
Yeah,
Okay.
also above table, there's not like there's one correct answer here. You guys can go about this any way you wish. It is simply of whether you want to spend a little bit of extra time learning about the Ironwood Thicket before you actually go there. Essentially, you'll not have to worry about rests as long as you stay with the tribe as well. But if you want to just keep plowing through and waste no time, yeah, you can keep traveling. This is still midday. The attack happened around, like, I believe it was like 12:30, 1 o'clock, so still good, decent bit of daylight you guys can progress.
I'm gonna do this how I would always do it, which is in character. And Mustang would be very concerned with how Duradon and Mammoth felt about what they were gonna do next, since the Ironwood Thicket is sort of their deal. So, Mammoth?
Well, I mean, if the Ironwood Thicket isn't super welcoming, I think it would be helpful to learn some more about it before getting there. I wouldn't mind tagging along.
My thoughts exactly.
See,
and-
Duradon kind of nods a little bit and goes, I kind of impartial, but I would like to learn a little bit about the thicket. If you want to go, I can go as well. I feel no problem in traversing the lands. Just information's power kind of thing.
Kipley's lips purse. She just
And then he kind of looks back at Kipling and goes, but it's also a group decision, so.
no.
Typically, are you amicable to letting these fine fellows host us?
I am so excited. It is so great to have new friends. She puts on a smile and starts to just move forward with them.
See, as you're kind of like beaming and now kind of a bit of like awkwardly walking along, you see Dror, the one who helped pull Mustang from the rocks before with you. Kipley walks kind of beside you and goes, when you say friends, you don't seem too happy. Something about us that's off-putting? And he is actively dripping blood, like still from the fight. Also, you remember he was bleeding before he got here. You're still unsure what this guy's deal is, but he just kind of walks beside you as you're headed off towards the woods and goes, "You said you're part of the nomadic group, but are you also from? You must be from either the glowing wildlands or from around Chiselborn, right?"
I don't know. She shrugs.
Well, you're a excuse me if I'm wrong, but you're a shifter, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, my brother and I, Dror and Roar, I know, funny that we lived together for all that time in the glowing wildlands, but we encountered a number of shifter tribes, but we haven't really seen any come down here in quite some time. Is this your pack, or did you leave them?
I don't really
You don't have to
know.
answer if you don't want to. I'm sorry. That's a very, touchy subject for some people.
Oh, not for friends. I'm just don't know anything about any of it.
Give me a straight charisma check.
Hooah!
You can make a persuasion, deception. Oh, it's just natural 20. Cool. You you see this like very very aggressive and scary looking individual, and as you're talking to him, you watch as this kind of like hunched posture, like very serious and kind of like asking questions with a tone that makes you question what he's really getting after, but you quickly realize, like, with your effect on words and you just being Kipley, like, this guy crumbles so quickly and is basically putty in your hands. Just goes like, "Oh, I, friends, that coming from a lovely group, not just you, but groups such as yourself. That's so that means a lot. Thank you. We don't meet a lot of friendly people around here. We normally have to either hunt, kill, or avoid anything that moves.
Oh,
But friends is a welcome change. So tell me, friend, what kind of story do you bear?"
I'm afraid it's quite
And essentially,
boring.
the next charisma check that you make against him will be at advantage. So if you want to try and lie, persuade, whatever it might be.
Honestly, I don't really have much of a story. I don't remember much. I kind of just got picked up by other roamers and just kind of been surviving with them. I really don't know anything about my clans, or didn't even know I had clans.
So you don't know of your clan's fate.
Fame?
Fortunate. Well, you said you didn't know about your clan much, so I presumed you were raised outside of them.
I think so. I guess.
I had a friend, number of years ago, who bore from the wildlands, and I don't believe they were the same kind of shifter as you. A different species, perhaps, but also aviary. They were feathered in their transformations. And they had a similar story. They didn't really know their original peoples, but knew enough about them to understand what they were, who they were, and things like that. Unfortunate that you didn't get that.
Yes.
You can
My
see it kind of
tale
like
is
reaches
so
out.
sad.
He kind of reaches out towards like the sky, very dramatic. Like, didn't get the experience to bond as family, and I'm so sorry. See a little
Yes.
tear kind of runs down his cheek. He kind of wipes it away while looking away. So you. My apologies. I'm just very moved by your story.
Oh. Well. What about you and your moving story?
Let me tell you. And as he does, you move on.
Thank you.
Really short of it, he tells you about how there was a whole bunch of brothers, and 90% of them died. There's like 10 guys. There's Dror, there was Roar, there was Thor. There was a guy named
Dor.
Eeyore who really didn't last that long.
Oh.
Because he didn't want to do anything and stayed in his home for his entire life.
Come
And
on.
it kind of a questioning tale, really. um, yeah, no, this guy is straight up from a clan of bestial barbarians. You do learn their subclass and their kind of pathway. They are technically right, not the same path of the totem as Duradon, but they're path of the beast, as they can take aspects of animals and apply them to themselves when they rage. And you also know that Drain is a hunter. He's a part like kind of ranger-esque background, while Jordan Roar come from more like fighting background. And the Gloaming Wildlands, from what you can best guess, the conditions. Go ahead and actually make me a history check. Are you proficient in either history or Arcana? Now that I say that.
Arcana.
Arcana, yeah. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. I'll call this a DC 13 for
No.
you. 9. As a reminder, because it's been a while. We do get the 2 die of inspiration. I don't know if you want to use it on
Sure.
that, but you can.
Let's do it. 19.
19. You kind of, as you're listening to the mixture of very tragic backstory and kind of geographical detail, you kind of quickly begin to put it together. Just looking at the map and seeing where the Glowing Wildlands is, you kind of take a second and kind of listening intently, you realize some of the conditions he's listing, although it's very vague and like you don't have an exact proof of this because you don't know how the world is misshapen or exactly what happens to it. But at the very least, the weather phenomena and some of the landscape does similarly line up to what you remember back when you were growing up. Way back when, of course, because now, you know, thousands of years into the future. Back when you were a kid on the Sinking Hope. Remember, the dwellers don't really leave territory too much because they like to stay where recent shifts happen so that they don't go into unknown territory. It just kind of sounds similar. Miserable, kind of constantly raining and or sleeting or snowing. Never really like any chance for creatures that were weak to thrive unless they were in shelter. It's just kind of a weird little tidbit. We're like, yeah, that sounds kind of similar to me growing up, even though this is so far back and such a different time and place. Kind of leads you to wonder if it has any relation. But eventually, story ends, and you are all escorted through some of the woodlands. My question for you is, do you all follow them as they bring the druids from the Circle of the Serene back to their homes? And do you have guys any questions or interactions that you guys would like to have with the druids? Because so far you haven't actually fully spoken with them yet. And even though you were having conversation with Joror and Drain, it appeared like while the druids didn't immediately leave, they were staying on the far end of your guys' kind of circle. Well, you were like 100-ish feet away from the Flowing Father and that entire like battleground. They were a good like 200 feet, not leaving the area, but just kind of watching you and clearly waiting for like, you don't know if it's permission to leave or waiting for them to kind of escort them back, but
Oh, they aren't coming along?
no, they are for part of the journey, but they are splitting up, as he mentioned, that they do not coexist in the same place, and he was going to bring them back to their grove. Essentially, I don't care if there's any opportunity that you would want to try and interact with any of these druids. That would be the time to do so as they head back to their homes. Otherwise, you just did a good thing for a bunch of people who clearly haven't reached out on their part to thank you for it or really do anything.
Elephant!
Besides like the head nods or just kind of general recognition. You did get like a few nods as they kind of joined up with you on the walk over, but
Elephant!
you noticed.
Go talk
You
to him!
walked.
Do you guys have any tips for talking to the druids at the slumbering thicket?
You're asking this of the Circle of Serene?
Yeah.
You see in particular the ask that question. Majority of them, you see, kind of give you a shooting back like a glancery look, but not really. More questioning on their face than like happy recognition. But you see the red-headed kind of druid in the wooden armor with the wooden axe that had cast lesser restoration on you before, kind of looks down at you, and as they're walking, she kind of stops and gestures you to come to her.
Yeah.
As you approach, you see she again like a rather tall-looking humanoid figure, like roughly around like 5'11". You see definitely like added some height from the armor, wearing these kind of like wooden boots. Kind of gives her a little bit extra height. You see she bends down, begins taking a stick and writing out in the mud. Kind of like the kind of recently wet, kind of caked earth beneath her. You see she writes out a little message, and it just says, "Better not to go. Dangerous folk. Only accepts their circle."
Is this in Druidic or Common?
As you look at it, give me an intelligence check. We're gonna call
Because I
this.
can't read Common.
We're gonna call this. That is the funny part of your character, and I do love you so much for that, Ryan. We're gonna call this a DC 10 for you.
17.
17? Cool. You look down at the writing, and for the rest of you, both Kipley and Mustang, as you look down at what this person is writing, it looks like scrawling to you. Like, it does not look like it is actual language or words or even symbols. It doesn't mean anything. But you perfectly understand and comprehend, Mammoth. You have actually never written in this language. And to be frank, you are both learning in this moment that you can read this as a language, and are confused as to why you can read this as a language. This is, in fact, Druidic. And it's almost like as you're looking at each word, that it's being translated for you in your head more than you like reading it and being like, ah, yes, I understand the facilities in front of me and how to comprehend them and elaborate upon them in my own words. It's like you got a little chat GPT kind of auto-translated.
Right. And do you know what circle they are?
You see she bends down and writes again, kind of wiping away the previous mud. Um, and she goes and she writes down, and the word that you look at, you're kind of confused because it doesn't make sense to you for like you asked for a circle, but she doesn't put like circle of or like shepherds of or anything like that. She just writes one word on it. Uh, and go ahead and make me. Are you proficient in either Arcana or Nature?
Nature.
Nature. Go ahead and give me a Nature check.
14.
14. Cool, cool, cool. 14. You're a little unsure. Does Mammoth have the talisman, or does someone else have the talisman right now? I need to have a
I
talisman check at the
think
beginning
I
of every
gave
session.
it.
Mustang has it.
Mustang has it. Cool, 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 cool.
Or am I Megan? Am I remembering correctly?
No, I think she
Or did you take it
took
back?
it. I think she took it and gave
You
it to
did take it back.
Duradon before the fight.
Honestly, could not ask me to keep track of where it was. I have no idea.
No,
So
I'm
wherever we
pretty
say it.
sure because I have several uses gone from it.
Gotcha. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. 14. You again. You can understand the language, and it's not the fact that you don't get what the word is, but for some reason you're looking at it and you're just kind of drawing a question mark. It's like if someone wrote
Right.
perspicacious in front of you, and that's your
Oh.
first time ever seeing what that is. And you're like, I genuinely have no idea what this is. Like, it doesn't look like a word to me.
Okay. Is that like related to the stars? Or like
She smiles and shakes her head.
nods her head yes?
Shaking her head, no.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. But I think I want to go anyway. If you have, I
She
don't mean to be
shrugs.
disrespectful.
She goes and quickly like writes down the mud and say, we are not offended by your inquiry, only concerned for your fate.
Oh, well, that's nice of you.
She
Is there a
smiles.
reason why you're not talking?
She kind of gives you like a solemn nod. You can see the group has stopped like a little ways away, and like a few of the other druids kind of like curiously looking at her in this interaction. And she wipes away the mud and kind of puts the stick in it, and you watch as, again, without using verbal components, still using the hand gestures for the somatic, you watch as that small stick that she implants into the earth, bits of grass, moss, and fungus begin to grow up around it, surround it, and engulf it, in what you can recognize as druidcraft for accelerating the growth of plant matter. But you're also well aware that only very specific kinds of casters can do that without speaking. And she kind of like gestures to it with a proud smile. And you'll
Okay.
hear off to the side, Drain speaks up and goes,
you'll find they're not exactly the ones to have great conversation with. The Circle of Serene Grace is the full title. No one just call it the Circle of Serene. We don't know exactly how, as we do not pry into our betters for their upbringings. But when they come of age to be awakened and accept their druidic practices, those that choose to stay and follow the circle give up their voices in a manner that allows them to truly connect and speak with nature, but lose their ability to speak with us. And he kind of gestures around at the group.
Well, that's interesting. I'm happy for you, I suppose. I've never heard of that.
She smiles. And you watch as she kind of in like a childish way, goes and like sticks her tongue out at you. And you can see kind of riding the back of her tongue going all the way to the front is a series of tattoos. Not in druidic, and almost looking more runic than druidic, weirdly enough. But you can see as she kind of moves her mouth, what looks like to speak, they slightly glow, and no sound comes out, obviously. But once more, you can see she kind of takes a leaf and tosses it into the air and begins to spin rapidly before a gentle warm breeze blows in your direction, showing that it'll be warm for the next few hours with the use of druidcraft and trying to decipher the weather.
Oh. Alright, well, thank you so much for everything.
She smiles.
Hope everything goes smoothly for you guys.
You see, as you kind of go to turn, she taps on your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And she writes, she takes that twig and kind of plucks it out from where she left it and writes down a message and says, why do you seek the thicket?
I would like to see what sort of life the druids have in the normal life, I guess. And also, my friend has business to do there as well, so it kind of is a good little, I don't know, maybe place to stop and see what's up.
She looks at you with a bit of kind of curiosity, but nods with understanding. And you see she kind of looks at your group and makes a gesture with her hands, where she looks like she takes a quill and begins to like mimic writing on her palm, and stretches it outward. Everyone go here to make me an intelligence check.
Ooh, she
This is a
wants your
DC.
number.
This is a DC 8. I'll take intelligence or insight. I'll allow for insight.
Oh, insight.
Oh,
I'll roll with insight instead. I guess I'll just
I'll just stick with
That's
too
it's
late.
fine.
intelligence.
stick with it. Whatever.
Only one of you need to succeeds. It is perfectly fine. She is mimicking a map and looking around your group.
Oh. I don't know. I think Duradon has it, yeah?
Duradon has it, yeah.
Okay, I'll kind of ask him to produce
Yeah,
the map.
he hands it over to you. You see she walks up and goes ahead and puts a small little marker on your map, which the Circle of Serene, a board, they don't actually bring you to the grove as they explain. This is more like Drawer explaining because he's just kind of spilling any tea that Kipley wants to hear to her. Um, this is kind of like the
Oh,
personal guide.
thanks.
Um, he explains that the grove is secluded, and also explain too as well. The gathering that you saw beforehand was in fact a wedding. The Circle of
Oh,
Serene don't leave their grove unless they're being wed, and they are required by tradition to be wed in the exact location of where they originally met.
that's awesome.
And the redhead druid of whom you were speaking with previously, will explain that unfortunately that comes with dangers going out into the valley, but it is normally safe to do so during the day, and that this, while it being an unfortunate event, you did manage to save a large majority of the guests in attendance, and is very thankful for that.
Um, did both people make it out okay?
You see, she shakes her head no,
And
and kind of points over to the drow archer who was fighting alongside all of you guys, and you notice that she in particular is far more somber than the rest. But nevertheless, she does mark on your map a little green X, and I'll make kind of like a key so you guys can remember what all these marks are for. But if you ever would like to visit the Circle of the Serene, you now have that saved on your map for where you can find them. And she will mark that it has to be entered through a hidden entrance into the grove, as it is concealed from outsiders, but it is hidden through druidic text, of which you will be able to find rather easily.
okay.
She kind of smiles and ruffles your hair a little bit, before Drain takes them like off to a kind of venturing side little pathway into the forest, and Dror and Roar begin leading you further south to their encampment. So for the rest of the day's travel, they're gonna go ahead and bring you roughly. You do go, like, with both of these kind of side trek to talk to the Druids of the Serene, and going down to Jorah's and Rora's encampment. It does take the majority of the day, and you kind of push a little bit into nightfall, arriving there by like 9, 10 o'clock at night. So it's pitch black as you are wandering through these woods. And it is one of those things where the majority of you have dark vision, but you are sorely reminded that while you can see to an extent, not being able to see in color greatly like betrays your senses, as you'll just see blurs of movement, being unsure if it was a falling branch, a rapid flash of fur, any kind of real, discerning details. And Mustang is fully kind of like holding on to someone, um, trying to use the moonlight as best as possible, as just about every time someone tries to light a fire torch or like a lantern, Dror and Roar immediately just against doing so. But eventually you make your way further into the woods, and you actually begin to go into kind of like this underground pathway. You see a little bit of a hollow um, built into a almost eroding bit of dirt and tree roots, and it's no bigger than probably like 5 feet by 5 feet, 6 feet by 6. Just barely big enough for some of them to squeeze through. But you watch as they approach. They kind of gesture for all of you to begin to descend inside of it one by one. And as you do, Duradon emerges from it, as he had
Duradon,
already
how's your
been
mouth
there
taste?
7 hours earlier before you guys.
How's my mouth feeling?
Yeah, no, how's your mouth taste?
How's my mouth taste?
For
boy.
context,
Yeah.
It's like hunger, perhaps.
I
A little
will
salty.
give Jared. I'll give you the 2-sentence. I'll give you the 2-minute recap for what has happened.
Okay, I'm
Started
scared.
off the session after the Flowing Father's defeat and the time stop moment. Ultron and Wave showed up. Everyone was frozen in time. They kept you frozen in time because you were the one that was speaking to them. And you were at higher risk of being discovered if you moved. So you stayed there. Mustang poked his finger in your mouth while you were frozen in place.
Your mouth.
He didn't. He stuck his finger in and out. Let's not.
Wow,
And
I didn't wash
they.
Yeah,
my
you let my
hands.
thing finger my mouth? That's crazy.
Hey, listen. You could do far worse than that, but they settled with that. You got warned by both Uldren and Wave of the consequences of revealing your fate here, and especially saying that you are from a different time and feeling your true selves, how it can have consequences for both you guys and Uldren, from of which he won't be able to protect you always. And essentially just gave you a rundown of be chill. Don't go flabbing constantly about who you are or when you're from. People are from all different places in this world, and it's far bigger than just Eris. So if you like tell half truths and use your very good charisma to lie, you'll be fine. But just warn that events like this can spark concerning bits of conflict of which he might not be able to stop. Also, he said the Flowing Father incident is kind of a weird coincidence. Wave kind of brought up that like the odds of a creature that patrols like legitimately an 80-mile stretch of land happened to run into you guys while it was going through some sort of corruption or possession, and happened to attack while you're in the area, was just a little off, and that you should be careful. And potentially, if you hear or see anything around that kind of similar behavior, to keep an eye out for it. And yeah, then just kind of a little bit of a lore session. You just missed the druid section where Mammoth had a really cute moment with the circle of serene druids that you guys saved. Found out they can't speak. They all have tattooed tongues that make them incapable of human speech, but allows them to connect with nature. So they can speak constantly to both plants and beasts, things of that nature, without actually having to cast spells. And can cast spells with essentially constant subtle spell. They don't require verbal components. But they also gave Mammoth a little like heads up that the circle that they're trying to you're trying to meet up with in the Ironwood Thicket weirdly doesn't have a name that he could understand in the Druidic language that they were trying to talk in. You don't know if that's a language barrier or not, but we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, you learned a little bit of Dror and Roar. They're both from the Gloaming Wildlands. They're from a bunch of barbarians. They came from a bigger family. Majority of them died. They did have a brother named Eeyore. Tragic death. And, yeah, we'll give you a proper recap later, but that's your little rundown. As the
And
group
they
decided,
love Kipley.
Kibler rolled natural 20 talking to Dror, and he's essentially just like the Clippy for her, of like they shared a tragic backstory together, so now he just kind of answers whatever she asks, and it's a natural 20. I'll honor it. It's funny. Um, but yeah, they decided that they would take the offer that the group of rangers and barbarians gave them with coming back to their encampment to essentially stay for the evening and kind of feel free to ask questions about the Ironwood Thicket and get a little bit of briefing before you headed their way. But yeah, as you guys entered the forest and begin heading down this small, narrow pathway, you can see you're traveling through dense roots. Like, the earth here is more tree trunk and kind of these thick, almost viney roots that begin to weave themselves through the ground in this like network around you that almost looks like it is completely natural in its formation. Begin to lead down into this kind of more expansive cavern. And as you look around, you can see it is nighttime. But as you enter this space, you see light coming from the ceiling. And you look up as you can see a number of fluorescent moss hanging from above. And below, sitting in this kind of larger chamber, is a tree. Far deeper into the ground than any would actually be to survive. Having no source of direct sunlight here, you see one that makes Esclados look like a tiny stump, of which you can't actually see the bottom through its canopy, is this kind of a larger tree network. And built on top of it, you can see clear as day, there is a encampment. And you can see a number of different people currently roaming about. In terms of population, if you could take a guess, it would be probably about like a good 50 to 60 hunters here. Definitely not an entire civilization, but in terms of the roving and kind of wilding band of hunters that Dror kind of made themselves out to be, definitely take some note of the sheer amount of manpower these guys have, and also some recognition of the construction for what you're looking at. Everything here looks far more basic than, Paradise Peak or even a Dweller, but even still, the cloth and artisanship definitely shows a little bit more than just roughing wildlings and nomadic people who don't have time for more cultural and or kind of traditional based representation. But enough yapping. I'll show you the picture. And as you guys kind of explore further in, you pass by just a bunch of empty little huts. You see each of them have various different curtains pulled in front, cloth tent doors opened or closed. And as you go past a few of them, Jor points out kind of one larger one in the center and goes, that would be where our chief resides. It is still early into the night. He may not be fully awake yet, but give it a few hours and he might stir and wish to speak to you. I don't know how Russian you are to get up in the morning and get out of here, but we're going to clean ourselves up a little bit and give ourselves some time to make a proper meal for our new friends in the meantime. Make yourselves at home. And he points out to kind of the one of the canopies in the top left. She goes, feel free to share that as the group kind of rendezvous for now. I'll send some fresh clothes and food, water, drink, anything you wish in the meantime. Have any questions, you can ask. We're pretty friendly people. If you've made it here alive, you don't have anything to worry about.
Can we roam about?
Yeah, if you wish, absolutely. Feel free to take in the sights again. Have any questions, the locals are more than happy to yap your ear off about the wonders of the Forgotten Hollow.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be out in a bit. And you watch as Drawer and Roar walk off the edge of where you're currently standing and drop about 40 feet. And instead of like hitting hard earth or like just snapping themselves in half on a tree branch, you watch as they hit a slick, wet, kind of almost halfway of moss, and just begin to slide down into darkness.
Like Fern Gully.
Yeah, kind of.
Surfing. Tarzan.
In Tarzan way, yeah. Because it's just a number of people that are kind of looking at you, smiling. Seems to be a wide variety of species here as well. You can tell from both humanoids to there is a few kind of more monsteroid-looking people. One in particular does look kind of familiar to a few. As you can see, another lizard folk, one that you haven't really seen since the caves of Paradise Peak, kind of adorned in the same dress as everyone else, and just kind of having a casual conversation.
Okay, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep.
He said that the chieftain would be up in a few hours, right?
Oh, damn it.
Well, you can go. I think at least Mammoth and Duradon need to talk to him. You're excused, Kipley.
Well, I'm just going to go sleep in a corner by myself.
Well, you need a snuggle buddy?
I can stare at you if it helps. You see Cyrus just behind you, just been dead quiet the entire time.
It would.
I know I kind of put the offer out, but now that it kind of feels weird that you said yes, fine, whatever else.
What was the last thing you said?
Nothing. I said I will be a companion for watching you sleep in a non-creepy way. There's too much silence. Someone
Yeah,
else say
Kipley's
something.
just looking like under her brow between all of her party.
Isn't that what you wanted?
I don't want to be here.
Okay, but you are here.
I know I'm here, so do things. Hurry up.
So do things.
We're here to at least talk to the chieftain. Anything else? I mean, how could you be frustrated to be in a place like this? There's nothing this gorgeous back home, I guess I could say.
Goes over to wherever one of these pools are, and she just like kneels down and like starts scrabbling her arms in the water.
Yeah, it is kind of shockingly cool, but for you and your natural low body temperature, it doesn't really bother you. It feels refreshing.
She's gonna splash her face with it and like.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a quick perception check as you do.
Oh boy. 8.
8. As you kind of splash water and rub it on your face a little bit and kind of blink a few times, you look down and see this kind of strange, decrepit-looking creature that is staring back at you from the water.
Oh shit.
You see kind of hollow, sunken eyes, kind of very pale skin, pointy, long ears, and for a second you kind of draw yourself back and not recognizing what's in front of you.
Yeah, I think she
Until a few
probably
moments go-
freezes.
Until a few moments go by and you can recognize your reflection that you have not seen in a very long. It's not unrecognizable, but it definitely caught you off guard.
Yeah, she just kind of freezes for a long moment before one of her hands kind of drifts back down to the water. And she just kind of haphazardly flicks the water, making it go away. And she just sits
Rip.
back, wipes her face off, and turns away from it.
The rest of you, is there anything you guys would like to do? You're not being monitored at least a moment. This is counting as privacy or being kind of separated from everyone else. Anything you guys would like to do or discuss? Otherwise, you can skip ahead. Anyone that would like to stay up, you would be taking like a good 2 more hours out of the morning commute if you would like to meet with the elder, as it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and they said they wouldn't be up for like 2 to 3 more hours. So you're unsure of when this elder will awake and, you know, how long of a conversation you would potentially have with them. But if everyone's willing to stay up late, then you can always start your long rest a little later in the day.
I'm in third on. Want to talk to the elder?
I don't know if this counts against the long rest, but I want to start like just writing down cool words I can think of in Druidic, just because.
Oh,
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and give me a intelligence check. Please tell me you got it.
I don't know why I don't know. What the fuck?
17 on the die. Nice.
Nice.
It took a second. I got it. Yeah, you kind of just. Here's the funny thing. Because you rolled so high, I'll give you a little extra. You kind of begin like you're thinking in like a common language, and then translating it over. But every time you do, there is that recognition that you weren't taught Druidic. No one explained what any of the characters or kind of any of the actual like formatting of the language would be like on a written portion. And yet, as you kind of like think of random words, it is almost like your finger begins to trace it into kind of like carving it out a little bit into the wooden platform beneath you. You see there's like bits of like moss around here that you kind of practice with first, and yeah, you begin to kind of like do like the Druidic word for like fart and then elephant, and just begin to go off your random little tidings of childhood exploration into learning, you know, words that you probably shouldn't say that you begin to copy into Druidic that you may have learned from a certain cattle slinger.
Hell yeah.
You can officially write down somewhere on your sheet, you know, say fucking Druidic.
Hell yeah.
Anything else I would like to do? Going once?
Doradon, of course, will stay up to meet the elder, but in the meantime, he's going to. These are the people that don't really talk, right?
The Circle Serene were a
Okay,
separate
the ones
group
that.
that were left alone. No, these guys, in fact, seem kind of strangely friendly for being like a group of outlanders.
Doradon is going to ask any of. It's been suspiciously uncomfortable around caregivers. Doradon is going to ask around, and see if any of them have records on undead.
Cool. You gonna ask just like one of the common folk about this, or are you gonna seek out one of the three?
He's going to look for. He'd probably seek out one of the three. But if you find someone that looks like exceptionally nerdy and like super like autistic,
Sure.
he's gonna be like, yeah, that one. That
Roll
motherfucker.
me a perception check to look for autism.
Hell yeah. Do I get an advantage
So-
because I have a touch?
I was gonna say you have advantage because of your barbarian pathway, but sure.
Oh, nice. Listen.
Pyridon canonically. How you
Yeah,
got a
every
touch of
character
autism?
has a touch of autism. It's
25.
the lore that I bring.
Yeah, so you kind of begin looking around for anyone who looks a little bit more studious, and people aren't all dressed the same here. You do notice underneath this climate, it is rather humid. There's a number of natural kind of like water basins, and like not knowing where it's coming from, there is a breeze. But even so, people are dressed rather lightly. They don't really have any like kind of thicker or like more elaborate clothing on. It is a lot of kind of like what's more functional than fashionable. And as you kind of look around, you're really not finding anyone that looks like your interpretation of nerd. Until you see there is this kind of older looking woman that is like, look, she's like kind of pushing early 80s, straight human, kind of like darker skin, like pepper gray hair that's kind of like going down past her shoulders, kind of like to her lower back, and she's kind of like the further platforms in front of her is a number of totems. Look like to be kind of little figurines that she is in the midst of not carving, but kind of polishing and look like doing some maintenance on. Definitely looks like the most nerdy for your kind of little radar, I guess you could say.
Doradon will approach very slowly, and kind of like make larger movements, as not to frighten this old lady into a early grave.
Yeah, she is on the edge of one of these. Give me a self check.
Oh,
If you do roll
nice.
natural one, she will die.
Oh god. Alright, gang. Do I kill somebody and add to the body count without even trying? Not at advantage. The first one is 16. Yeah.
I wasn't actually gonna kill her, but it would be more funny if I said it. Yeah, you walk up, kind of predominantly unnoticed. Other people see you walking up. It's like a, you know, like baby like tigers and jaguars will like pretend to stalk their parent. It's like you are very obviously in a crowd, sir, but you go do you. No one's really gonna bother you. And as you approach, you see she doesn't really pay you any mind. You kind of get like right next to her and begin looking down, and these are elaborate. Like you have seen very similar looking symbolism in the past. The Bashala tribe specifically made it a point not to worship any gods, but to respect and acknowledge that there is in fact higher powers and that you should at the very least know who and what they are so that you can avoid them. And if you were going to pray, you are only going to pray to have them look the other way, essentially.
Hmm.
You look down. I'm going to ask for you to make me a disadvantaged history check.
Dang, this is gonna be one for the record books. I have a whopping 1. That's a 4.
Or, okay. You do have Kipley's, what you call it?
I mean, it
Totem?
would only add.
You do have the totem. It would only add a maximum of 4, but you also do have a reroll if you'd like to spend it. You don't have to, but
I'll do it for the lore. For the lore!
Four.
Alright.
Just need a straight roll.
That's a 12
12.
plus a
Alright.
D4.
Plus D4.
A 13.
13. You have a 13. You look down at this figure, and you have a moment where there is text. A number of these are labeled, some of them are not. But the figure that she is currently holding, you kind of do a double take. Because as she is holding them, you recognize it. This is not a one-to-one replica, but the name of the deity is kind of escaping you, but you've seen this before. Like, you know this is something that even the Bashala clan knew of. The name's just kind of escaping you for the moment, but you can recognize you've seen this.
Jordan will say, excuse me, ma'am, not to frighten you, but who is that supposed to represent? And he'll point to the one that he kind of remembers but can't remember the name of.
Yeah. You see she kind of follows your vision. She turns and gives you a very soft smile.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see you there. Come.
And she takes your hand, she kind of guides you down to like sit with her. And as like her feet strip dangling off the edge, she kind of gestures for you to come down next to her. She passes over the kind of like wooden carved statue, and you can see this depicts what looks like to be a one side is a female figurine and the other is male. And it's the female side that you recognize. The male side, it like the hint of like vague, like maybe I saw this somewhere, but not nearly as like potent or like not nearly as memorable. And when you look at this, you kind of focus and you see she goes,
There's many names that we've passed this down as. We've been told many different tongues, many different interpretations, and many different generations wish both of these deities.
and she turns the figurine slowly in your hands to kind of give you the and you notice at the bottom of each there's small little almost do you know how in a lot of even D&D tokens, when you have minis and you have base platform to minis, how they'll do like engraving into it to show like specific character items to them.
Mm-hmm.
At the bottom of each side, there's two separate items. Beneath the woman's, there is a bow, and beneath the man's, there is a staff that has a kind of like a large rooted gem in the top of it.
She goes, this is Maliki, was her name. And this. She turns to the other side. A name of which not many remember, but one of which I try my best to keep the youth educated on. His are very important for example. His name was Sylvan. Two were two sides of the same coin when it came to nature. One wild, raging storm, natural energy, and the other a guardian. Peaceful. I know many would see this as blasphemous or in distaste since divergent, but I would feel it silly to completely shy away ones who helped create such a beautiful world, even if they did do some harm in the process.
Hmm.
You know
So
of this too.
you said the woman seemed familiar to me. The man did not.
Correct.
Yeah.
The man, like, maybe, like, again, you've seen, like, hundreds of different, like, figurine, all different things growing up. And especially in Paradise Peak, where, like, religion wasn't super popular, but people still, like, made money off of kind of using it as a, not like tourist attraction, but where the kind of like marking it off as like a more souvenir as like, you buy a snow globe to remember you came here, you buy a token of ode to remember that the wind is by your back and things like that,
Yeah.
losing the actual real meaning behind what they are. So you maybe saw it once and you never really like bothered looking into it, but the woman with the bow, very much you've seen this. You believe you've seen this before. The name kind of familiar, but the totem you most definitely have. I just can't remember exactly where. But the more that you look at it, go ahead and give me another history check. And go ahead and make this one at advantage.
Nice. That's a 20, dirty 20.
Nice.
Dirty 20. I was gonna say, is that natural for you? Do you have a modifier?
Yeah.
Cool. Dirty 20. As she begins to explain that little bit of lore between the two and kind of talk about the gods in general, you realize why this woman looks so familiar. It's been a very long time for you since you last saw it. It has been, in terms of the timeline, maybe 1,000 years since that would even come to be. But through somehow or some way, you remember very adamantly that in the time before Antreus's death, when the siege upon the grove was at its closest. You remember seeing words of protection, various different totems and symbols carved into the cliffside that they were set up on. And you very much recognize that this woman, both her face and that bow, were put up on multiple of those words. He never had the chance to teach you about any of this before he died, but you immediately can remember in that moment that this definitely had something to do with druids. Or at least she had something to do with druids.
Alright. Doradon will take a deep look at the figure, and he will ask the woman, do you ever think that though these gods are gone, they still command power in the world?
Whether they can or would want to is a separate question. My parents, while they did not live through the divergence, they told many stories of it. It was rumored that some deities were drunk on their power and were using their influence to make more cult-like practices and demands of their followers. But there were those who willingly stepped out of the picture. We never got names or confirmation, but I like to think that, at the very least, Malik was one of them. I don't see how someone dedicate her very being to the protection of beauty, peacefulness, wish that very thing ill, and wish ill upon the caretakers of which she trusted to hold most sacred treasures. But then again, so much was lost then, and all we have left is memories. She kind of begins to take the token back and begin to polish it once more.
Doradon will take a moment to ponder. You seem to know a lot about the old gods.
I only know what I was told. Not much here.
Were you told anything about undead?
She kind of turns and raises an eyebrow.
How so?
He asked, how so?
Mm.
Like, is she asking, like, what specifically am I talking about? Or, like, what?
The best interpretation you got is this old lady heard you say what you know about undead after talking about gods and deities, in which she felt very comfortable. And it looks like she's unclear of what specifically you're asking. Besides, do you know what an undead is?
Oh, gotcha. Um, Doradon will say, "Well, I just figured you seem to be very knowledgeable. And I assume that if you know a lot about the gods of nature and undead tend to be an affront to nature, that you may know a thing or two about undead. Just
I
any
know
type.
enough about their practice that it is frowned upon in the druidic circles to turn your body into unliving as it breaches the cycle of life. But outside of that, not much is really passed down through our. And she kind of gestures around to the large house, tree house, excuse me, around her, and she goes, around our community. We don't run into many undead here. Quite often, quite rare actually.
Well, that's good. That's good. Do you? Does this place have any specialists that hunt them?
No, we have no need. Anything that would be as threatening as an undead would have been taken care of by the valley far sooner.
Hmm. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, I
You asked a lot of questions, young man. What is your name?
um my name is Duardon Bashala.
Triton Bashala. This is a beautiful name. Two. You see, she goes. You travel with your friends here. We've been told of your deeds with the Flowing Father. We thank you for sparing their lives. But I'm curious. Why the questions about divine? Some of which I understand. What is your interest? Undead.
Um, I believe that my pathway will eventually lead me to the need to hunt those that break the natural order, and I seek to understand them so I know maybe what weaknesses they have or what form of undeath they um, utilize or carry. And I know that the natural tends to be a decent counter agent, if not the best counter agent to the unnatural. Um, so I, I
I
just
think I have something for you then.
oh
She turns and begins to rifle her for her collection, and you see, kind of amongst the various different totems out a small trinket, much smaller than the actual wooden totems, like about to like a few, like, some of them 12 inches in length, some a little bit shorter, some a little bit longer. Oh, you see, she pulls out a small kind of like almost the size of a pocket watch, this little wooden token, and carved into it, you see there's these there's a pair of scales, um, and it is being held up by a hand, of which is very noticeably, skeletal. She goes and she places it in your hand. It's not often we pass along tradition undead, but I do know of those who despised, hated, judged, helped upkeep the natural balance of things. Keep this, and you will be safe from any need to hunt them, my dear. May brighter pathways shine upon you.
Does this token come with a name? Does this belong to an entity?
She kind of smiles at you, and you see she kind of reaches up and kind of pats your cheek a little bit and goes, "You'll understand its meaning in time. You ask many questions, not of all which you seek can be found in this place. But soon." She smiles. As you look at her, there is a eeriness that kind of sets in. And this is far out of earshot from the rest of the group. So none of them really hear you just drop your government name. Especially after you were just warned about giving it to strangers. And there's this kind of moment where you kind of just stare at her, gestures towards one of the other totem. But this collection, pair, and well, I'm sure I can get some of my students. Yes, I should have them begin the pathway as I. Thank you, young man. This has been a very enlightening conversation. If you don't mind, could you get me my walking stick?
Doradon will do as he's asked. An elder has asked for an item, and
You go and turn to the other side of the platform and grab the walking stick, and as you look back, there is just figurines there.
Are they the same amount that were there before, or is it specific ones that are left behind?
You do notice that one is missing.
Do I recall what it was?
I want to ask you to go ahead and make me a perception check at disadvantage.
Alright.
Actually, let's play it hot. Make me a history check.
Still at disadvantage, or?
No, straight roll. Because this was recent.
Come on, don't fuck me. 18. Hold on, wait.
18.
How many
Wanna
charges of
times.
Kipley's things do I have?
You still have
You're
another
out.
one.
Oh, I'm out.
What is
Okay.
he out
Yeah. Yeah.
for
Okay.
ability checks?
He used 2 last game.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Still. As a 18, right?
Yeah.
You look amongst. Again, it's not like these are all labeled. The majority of them aren't. You look around and you notice there was one kind of off to the side that you didn't really you really pay too much mind to before, but you recognized its absence. As you look and see where like where they're placed, trying to remember what icon was what so you can begin to place together what happened. You kind of you think back, was it it was a feminine figure, kind of made of a darker wood than the rest, very ornate representation on the outside. Trying to remember exactly which one it was, but the best that you can remember is that one that was missing had a lunar symbol carved into the bottom of it, and it was that of a half moon. But you look around and people are continuing as normal, like nothing has happened.
Dordon will take the rest of the figures and place them in kind of different sections of his bag. He'll place the ones that were left behind that he wasn't specifically given in like one section of the bag. He'll place the token with the skull hand and the balance, as well as the twin figures of Maliki and
There's like
Sylvanas.
30 figures.
Oh my god,
There's a lot. And
are
like
they
some of them
like
aren't
miniatures?
done uh, as previously described. Some of these are over a foot long.
Fuck.
So you can
Make
fit
a dollhouse.
comfortably. Yeah, you can fit comfortably, like if you want to take one or two,
Mm.
but taking all of them definitely gonna be unable to do comfortably in the moment.
Gotcha. He will then only take the Maliki and Sylvanas one, and or that dual figure one.
Yeah.
He has the symbol of the like little skull hand. And he'll try to commit to memory, or I think he'll try writing it down. He's learned how to write in common.
You can try and write on the figurine, or
And not on the like a piece of chalk on the oh fuck, I don't think I have a bag, do I?
no, you
Fuck
have a
it.
personal bag, yeah.
Okay, cool. He'll look for something that has a surface to write on and take like either a piece of chalk or maybe even the ash from a burned torch.
I was gonna say you probably have like bits of charcoal in there from just the number of wreckages, kind of like broken down it's wood that
Bridges
Mustang
you
has
burned.
destroyed. Yeah, well,
Oh
that
my
too.
god.
Damn, brutal. True, but brutal.
You know what? You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna summon a little blood dagger, and in the piece of wood that's his focus, he's gonna etch the little half moon symbol into
Okay.
the focus.
Very well. You do so. Uh, anyone else doing anything during this time? Mammoth doing his writing, Kipley having an existential crisis. Mustang, you doing anything? Or are you just waiting up?
No, he's gonna explore. He thinks this place is beautiful, and he's got a hot new bod, and he wants to see what's what.
Sure. You walking around talking with people, or you just trying to take it in?
I mean, if there's anyone that seems like they're worth talking to, he will certainly be his chatterbox self.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. Let me do that. Oh man. Perceive. Oof. Okay, 15?
15. Okay. You begin to look around, just trying to pick out anyone that looks interesting, and you're kind of at a loss because a lot of people look interesting here. Like, they don't look like they're all from the same like family or lineage. There's a large spectrum of various different species, and you can tell like by the dress, while they all kind of like similar-esque vibes for like weather conditions or for clothing, there's still a wide variety of what different colors and like fabrics they're using, and you end up settling on the kind of like opposite to Duradon, right next to where the main kind of hut is gathered. There is this kind of shorter looking, shorter haired woman that has a what almost looks like she's whittling something, and it kind of catches your attention of like everyone else seems to be kind of like talking and enjoying like the night before they head off to like sleep. Like they seem to be actively in the midst of some sort of activity without others really interrupting them or like getting around them. But like they're like pretty deep in concentration, not really paying attention. You end up kind of like walking by them and looking over their shoulder. And it looks like this bitch writing kill. Kipley really trying to set the standards for women back in the day. No witchcraft here. You see as you kind of like lean over her shoulder, it looks like she is in the midst of whittling a it's not quite a wand, and it's not quite a staff. It's definitely like a miniaturized version of what it actually would be. But you don't actually need to make a roll for this because you've encountered this many, many, many different times. This is a shepherd crook, is what's very commonly
Whoa!
used when you're herding like large amounts of cattle. And you can see this looks like it is one for which probably is like, from your best guess, it's either made for like a young child to play with or like to practice with, or potentially a smaller species. You're not sure, but it looks pretty well done from what you can see.
Okay. If Mustang just watches over her shoulder for an extended period of time, is she gonna say anything or no?
She works like if you just sit over her for a few minutes, you see she just continues to work, but does stop at some point and kind of slowly puts the tools down and kind of crisscross applesauce. She doesn't stand up, but she just slides herself on turn face you.
Okay.
And hello.
Sorry, you caught my stare. And at this point, he's gonna squat down and he kind of grunts uncomfortably with his old man joints.
She smiles.
It seems I must have caught your attention for quite some time too. You were standing
Yeah,
over my shoulder watching, no?
I mean, it's fascinating. Is this for a kid or someone small, or is it,
Uh,
or what kind of livestock?
my son. Uh, practice. Um, we don't have much cattle around these parts, but we there's a small section of. She kind of like looks like she's trying to look for a word. Go ahead and make me an insight check real quick.
Sir, yes, sir. Another 12. Or excuse me,
12.
12. Yeah, 12.
Even with a 12, you can definitely tell it looks like as she is speaking, just based on like what very little she has right now, as she kind of like pauses and look for a word, some like commons her first language, or at least not a language she speaks very well. She kind of is in the middle of like trying to look for the closest word in her language she can transfer over and is unable to find it in the moment.
Uh, Based on her appearance, is there any guesses Mustang could have as to what languages she might speak?
Uh, just based on like clothing and appearance, you're unsure. She looks like she is human from your best guess. I can go ahead and wait. You didn't get a name yet, so I'll just post the raw image with question marks. You see this other one?
Oh, she's cute.
She kind of pauses, and like there's like a good minute that goes by before she goes, uh, pasture. I think that's what they call it.
Oh yeah, a big open field, lots of room. Sometimes a lot of grass, sometimes not. That's where you keep
Yes,
all your animals.
there is something of this sorts nearby that we keep um beasts of burden we cannot house underground. Entrance is made more for people than it is for larger creatures.
Oh man, I can't tell you how long it's been since I've seen a pasture. You see, I'm a traveling man. It is just something about those rolling hills and those golden blades of grass. It takes the breath right out of my lungs. You said it's nearby?
She smiles and goes, yes, it is less than half a day's travel.
Oh, wish I had the time to spare, but I don't think I could convince all my friends to go take a gander at a field. That's just silly. Do you
She
make a lot of these?
smiles and looks at you and goes, did you used to tend to such fields back in the day? It sounds like you are Ram. And just kind of trails off,
Okay.
trying to find the word again.
Not a big deal where I'm from. Yeah, I can be from wherever you'd like. Uh, but no, I was not so much a field man as I was a cattle man, or just a livestock man in general.
Oh,
Lots of moving herds to and fro, sometimes moving people, building
oh, so
houses.
you are
He
not a
points.
farmer, but you are a hand.
Yeah, a hand. That's a good word for it. And aside from that, I did a bit of carpentry, built some houses, made us a lot of stuff like that for people like your son, I suppose. And he points at the shepherd's hook.
She smiles. Oh, so you come from civilization then, one of the city.
I kind of. It's a place far, far from here. I don't think you'd know it. But I'm a traveler. Wherever the work went, I followed. I could not say that one place is so much my home as everywhere is my home.
She smiles and nods and goes,
I can appreciate the sen
Sentiment?
sentiment. Yes, I apologize. I'm still trying to learn uh, the language the majority of these humanoids. Um,
Are you not from here?
no, I
and she kind of looks around and kind of scratches on kind of like the base of her neck a little bit and goes,
my family is well, more of a relic from the Divergence era. We have a home to come to after we were uh, not so gracefully kicked out of Celeste. I'm not used tongue, not fluently at the moment, but I know enough of it for now to get by, and these people were very accommodating, much more of those than the ones in the East. Uh, they spoke more language, but kind SMRs.
You know, I don't think I've met many ASMRs in my day. You're a rare breed, indeed.
Extremely so.
So, I imagine you speak Celestial then, right?
Yes.
You teach me a word in Celestial? Your favorite. Pick your favorite one.
one moment. Going to go to random word generator.
Listen, how can I put Dom on the spot in the most obscure and random way?
And she turns back and smiles, and kind of gestures downwards to the crook. And she kind of offers it out to you and goes,
In your common language, I believe this is called a cook. Walking stick for some, or a staff. In Celestia, a translation rough, but we call it guidance. At least that's how it would sound if you were to speak it in tongue. To speak it in Celestia, and she speaks in a tone which is almost like a hum. It's very like sizzle, like almost like a child would kind of whisper or like just hum kind of random noises to themselves. It's kind of very. It's not like angelic or like oh he hey ho. It's just more of kind of like a so crow de crow.
Oh, I didn't realize Celestial was such a musical language. This is beautiful.
Oh no,
I almost feel bad that you gotta sully your tongue with our choppy, dirty language.
I would not call it dirty necessarily, just more simple, straightforward.
Did you give me your name? Well, what's your name?
I don't believe we had the pleasure of exchanging name. Uh, my name is Ambrosia.
Brosia. Very, very fitting, because you are indeed a tall drink. Mustang, and he extends his hand for a handshake.
She smiles. A pleasure, Mustang. Is that named after the horses?
Exactly. Just like the horses. Are there horses here?
Not here, no.
Ah, bummer. It's been a long time
Where the
since
pasture lies, there is a few of the larger beasts they use for hunts. But they do not keep them here. They stir easily underground.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can't ever say a horse was fond of going underground, but you know what? Neither am I, so I can't blame them. Well, Ambrosia, I don't mean to keep you, but I do hope I see you around. This is very, educational, in a way.
It was a pleasure, Mustang.
He will nod and get up, dust himself off, and be thinking about this Ambrosia lady for a little while.
You
Dang,
turn, and she's gone. Not kidding.
Again! Oh my god, too many Baba Yagas in this.
Every NPC disappears the second that you turn away. It's the line of sight effect. Um, no, she goes back to whittling, and you can see after some time, a smaller child that bears a very similar kind of wanders over, and she presents the crook to him as he kind of just begins to wave it around a little bit, very much like a weapon opposed to its actual use, but
He's cute. Mustang, he watches, and for once now his expression is readable. There's a very wistful look on his face as he ponders a life that was almost his, but not meant to be. And we'll call it a loop.
eventually time goes by, and it's about 2 in the morning before there's a slight rap on the wooden pole that kind of holds up the main entrance to your tent. And you can see it is a drawer that walks through. Um, if you all would still be interested, the elder has awoken and would like to meet with you. Now,
Oh.
are all of you awake? Did everyone stay up for this? Or are some of you calling it early for a long rest?
Were we all talking about staying up?
That's
Well,
what you got.
Duradon said he was gonna stay up, and Mustang didn't want him to go alone, so Mustang is staying up with Duradon.
Okay, the mammoth would have stayed up as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kipley doesn't sleep anyway.
I was gonna
she's
say, hey
just laying
Kipley,
there.
how's that nice night of sleep going?
She's just
Start
lying
staring
on the
at you?
floor, staring at the ceiling, like almost making like snow angels. She's just bored.
Yeah. You just see for a good portion of the night, like Cyrus does not like sit from across the room and stare at you. She does kind of like bunk up next to you and just doesn't say anything, but is just kind of trying to be a presence there so you're not completely alone, but does eventually like begin to nod in and out a little bit before she kind of wakes up at 2 a.m. when everyone else is kind of being awoken by Dror or being stirred by Dror from their various different activities. And you're all tired at this point. You've gone from a battle to, which by the way, we don't need to do short rest right now, but you're all still pretty like bloodied and exhausted from fighting. And as you all kind of begin to slowly pull your way out of the tent, you make your way down to the main platform. You see that larger, more encompassing room is held You can see the doors that were closed before. One of them is currently ajar. Who here has a passive, not, it's not gonna be investigation. Who here has a passive arcana above 15?
Passive arcana.
Either equal to or above 15.
Would that just be 10 plus whatever your arcana
Correct.
is? Okay.
Whatever your bonus is.
Nope.
I don't know if anyone actually does. No, I don't think they do. The only one that'd be closest would be Kipley. And I mean, kind of fitting for you, Kip. Kippers. As you all begin to approach, which are Kipley, you're coming with them, or are you just kind of staying in the tent by yourself?
Well, now she wouldn't want to leave Cyrus, since she was so nice to actually...
Yeah, Cyrus is going with them.
Oh, okay, then she'll get up and go.
Like, she would kind of like nudge you and be like, "Hey, just in case like a fight breaks out, everyone's still kind of fucked up, so I'm
What?
just gonna go with them.
Oh, okay.
You come if you want. Oh, it's fine.
No,
Just
no, I'm
wanna
coming.
rest. Okay.
I wasn't resting anyways.
You went completely still for like at least 30 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, gonna move on. So she just kind of picks you up, kind of pulling you off the ground and walks over as a group. You can tell as you begin to approach this doorway, you specifically, Kipley, funny enough, not Duradon that picks us up first, you get a little bit of that, like, it's not overbearing in its sense, but you get the slightest bit of your shifter nature beginning to go into fight or flight. Like, as you approach, it does not feel like you are approaching a conversation. Like, your instincts are screaming at you to be alert and ready to shift and get the fuck out of here as your primary goal, because you as a creature of light, definitely not like, hey, let's constantly brawl. Your entire past says that. But you just get this strange feeling as you begin to approach. And Duradon, you get it second, as yours isn't bestial as much as it is like trained warrior who is kind of prepared at almost all times. You smell something from inside. Very high passive perception. Even set aside your normal 5 senses are already heightened in general, and something doesn't fully sit right with just kind of the smell that you're getting. Doesn't smell like someone, it smells like something.
Kipley's ears go back and she does one of those awkward where she just suddenly stops and someone like bumps into her from behind and she kind of looks around awkwardly, but she looks thoroughly now wide-eyed and like hunched a bit as she kind of sticks to the side.
Who would like to enter first? It's a very small doorway, so it is one by one.
Well, if not Mustang or excuse me, if not Mammoth or Duradon going first, with Mustang, he's gonna lead the charge. Just shrug and go for it.
Okay. Mustang heads in first. As you step inside, opposed to the very bright and colorful displays, kind of greens and blues and bits of purples for the exterior, kind of tents and banners, the second that you step indoors, get a pungent smell of kind of just what immediately hits you is death. It smells like something died in here very recently. And while you don't see a lot of blood or anywhere like dragged around the, it kind of just smells like a den of some sorts that has not been cleaned in a very long time.
Yuck.
I'm so glad I have a nose now.
And now you can smell this perfectly fine. Isn't that great? As you kind of begin to enter and the rest follow in, you see, especially you led the charge here, you see in the corner of the room what turns from normal kind of, there is like tables in here and chairs. You can see there's a pot in the corner that looks like sort of cauldron. There is this kind of just large, what would like to be some sort of like large bed, or like even just a collection of pelt that seem to be lined up against the wall. But you don't actually see anyone in here. And as you all enter, you just kind of one by one file in. And as you look around, the inside of the hut is still. But that feeling of not being alone does not go away. It only intensifies as you sit inside and you watch as Jor doesn't enter. He closes the door behind you. And you are all left alone by yourselves in the pitch black, exhausted, and left in the dark.
I don't like this.
Yeah, this is about to stop being funny in about 2 minutes.
Kipri reaches back and she goes to open the door.
The door, like, it budges slightly, but then you quickly feel like weight pressed up against it of you don't know if it's a person or something heavy that has been leaned against the door.
Oh, fuck us.
And as you go and try the doors, that slight little sound, kind of like jingle, not like metallic jingle, but like loose wood, kind of being trying to pulled against. Oh God, not the right phrasing. As soon as I said it, I immediately regretted it. You hear, you hear a thud as the pelts that were lying up against wall fall off, and you can see is actually a kind of larger, quilted together, looks like to be almost like matted blanket. And as it kind of falls away, you see, yeah, this room is far larger than the others. Like, it is a good, maybe like, I want to say 50 by 50 foot, while all the others are like 20 by 20, maybe 25 by 25. And from tip to tail, you see taking up what you could probably guess to be around 25 feet long. A darkened, kind of furred creature that is on all fours at the moment currently begins to crawl out and stretch, kind of yawning and spreading a wingspan that is concerningly large. As it looks around, dressing you, the red eyes, pitch black, almost illuminate the room around it. And you can see it doesn't look at all of you in your eyes. It just does a quick glance around the room, and you can see there is a flash of white as a jaw merges and drops, and thick pools of saliva begin to drip onto the floor with such viscosity and quantity that it is audible. It is a whop.
Oh.
It stands up, standing as a bipedal from its current, what looked like to be more bestial form. And its head just about touches the roof before it looks down at all of you, bending itself to the point its body is almost perfectly around all of you at once. You see a swooshing of a tail beginning to enwrap itself around the room. Two muscular arms that are about the size of Durdon himself on either side, being the sides of the hut, and the face so hard that it could bite, cut through, and swallow at least one of you, whole at a time. You see, as it gets up and reaches down to you, the creature observes, looks over, sees Kipley trying to leave, and you hear this kind of like deeper resonating voice throughout the hut go, "I have not had visitors in very... What brings you? No. Who brings you to my doorstep?" And you watch as it sniffs, and there's just inhale, where the entire room just seems to, for a brief moment, dim even further in the darkness. For the red eyes open once more, and you can get that slight bit of illumination. I smell one of you of kin. The others. Why have you come? What is it that you seek? Turns and looks. I see. A child. Sniffs once more in Mammoth's direction. You bear the mark of the stars. One who created the sky. Turns and looks towards Mustang. Now, another thick glob of saliva runs down its mouth and drops onto your shoulder, ring your right arm and just slathering itself down your side.
Yuck.
I'm so sad I can feel right now.
And a tiny muscle back. Where are you going, friend?
watch as the arm that is on like the left-hand side of the room puts itself between you and the doorway and almost up
Just
Kiply.
slides her forward.
It legitimately palms you like you are a child, and it's not aggressive first. And you can tell like this is taking little to no effort as you're kind of just like a little fly caught in a napkin or something, moved towards it and pushed into the center of the room, staring into its eyes. Then the presence of multiple different beings. A Aldrin, of which you don't really know exactly what type of dragon he is, but very powerful. Wave, the Bone Mother, Vander, all these various different, like, very powerful beings, but like them you could understand in the moment. Whatever this creature is, it is so beyond disturbing from the fact that it looks like it's a monster and it has like monstrous qualities. The fact that its face so looks so humanoid at the same time, and the build is still bipedal but animalistic characteristic, excuse me. That something about it is so off-putting to you. And you see it. That this image, while you cannot see its entirety, tell part of this is glamored. The hairpin begins to kind of burn in the back of your head as whiffs golden smoke can be seen oiling off of this creature's skin. And how here I am being ever so rude to not share this creature with you.
Yeah, I want to know. Oh my god. Oh!
And gain visuals for you.
I like the red. I'm into this.
And you watch as you have this intense moment of almost staring contest before you watch as the two red beaming eyes that are lighting up the area, a third one opens up on its head, and you feel as it looks far past just your exterior, and you shudder on the inside as there is some connection, of which you have guesses to what it just saw. But something far deeper than the surface that is staring right at you,
She just says,
beyond you.
like whispers aloud, don't.
Yeah, I am. And my curiosity is still greater than that. I have asked questions, yet
Turns and looks back towards the rest of the group.
by all means, feel free to stay silent.
And you see like a large tongue licks out and begins to wrap itself around its tusks, leaning it, preparing for a meal.
What are you doing here? Many of you bear gifts of friend. Others
Looking back towards Kiply.
are those who will be hunted. And yet you walk into my den of your own accord. ask for the final time. Why are you here?
I didn't actually want to come here. They wanted to come here, and we're just really good friends, so I came with them.
Oh my goodness.
You
Us who do want to be here.
misunderstand. Not why are you here right now? What are you really here? And for a second, go ahead and make me an insight check. Anyone who would like to.
Yeah.
Let me know if anyone gets over a 15.
Mustang.
I got a 19.
Woof, Mustang. Damn. I mean, kind of making sense here for Kipley as she just in the middle of like both existential and actual crisis. In this moment, it clicks for almost every single one of you at once, except for Kipley as she's kind of spiraling into, like, again, full instincts telling her to run and trying to get out of this creature's gaze. You have a feeling that he is. One of those questions was addressing you. Another question he was definitely addressing someone or something that you guys either cannot see or is not directly here within your vision. And you can definitely tell that the lack of a response is making this creature extremely impatient.
We want to learn more about the Ironwood Thicket. That's why we're here. We're hoping we could ask you some questions, and your people made it sound like you would be willing to answer them, but they didn't exactly explain this.
And why would you seek the iron?
Well, Mammoth here, we're hoping to learn a little more about the druids with all the druids that we meet, which I suppose we can here, but there too. And Duradon here, he's got some personal business there. Duradon, do you care to share?
Yes, there's something that calls to me to understand the Ironwood thickets more. Um, I believe it is something that can help me um, with another objective of mine, um, which is to hopefully undo a mass undead um, bonding of my people.
That is why you are here. That is not why I am asking the question. That is not who I am. How long are you going to stay silent? I can stop. And you can see as that third eye gleams, there is a moment where it gets uncomfortably hot, but only for two of you. Kipley and Mammoth. Both of you immediately feel a intense, searing pain, both coming from your head. Almost like a screaming sensation without a voice, like your head is boiling and about to explode. like something is being boiled alive, or something is desperately trying to get out.
This is Mammoth and who?
This is Mammoth and Kipley.
Oh,
Ugh.
oh, good heavens!
You watch as both of them immediately collapse to the floor, in pain. Mammoth beginning to writhe, and Kipley just falling in a deadpan stare, kind of looking off into the non-existent distance. And you watch as this creature stalks right up into Kipley's face. How much do you value this vessel? Willing to play this game? You step into my domain on my step, unannounced. I know whatever connection you have, you wouldn't let them die so easily, would you? And in a second of which not even Duradon can process, a clawed finger goes for Kipley's chest. There is a exhale, and there is no inhale, and blood spatters across the floor. And you watch as a gasp of air veins on Kipley's neck begin to run black. The nails begin to grow long, and the head snaps up to the side, regarding the creature. And the majority of you hear a familiar voice. We have to stop meeting like this, Malar. I did not wish to encroach on your territory, but here we are. Oh, what a shame it would be if the great beast suddenly fell ill. Kindly remove yourself from the child. As the voice speaks out, you watch as the beast immediately takes a step back, not removing its finger from her chest. Its hand still very well dug into the center, but regarding Kipley greater than it was before, its full attention focused on the small, snapping body. There are things going on far beyond your part of the woods. So how about you be useful for once and aid the children in their journey, as you've done many times before? Otherwise, you would hate for this to turn against you and your followers. Kipley, I would like you to go ahead and roll me a
Oof.
straight charisma check for you, please.
Nope.
Yeah, cool. You watch the creature regards this, pulls its claw out of Kipley's stomach, and then proceeds to grab her neck and wring it like a towel.
Oh.
There is a sickening crunch that truly the amount of blood that would have come through this if you were an undead would be staggering. But because you have such low blood flow, even to like a
minimum of almost none, a spurt of crimson and this kind of like blackish ichor rends itself across the room, splattering across your friends and and as it does, you can see this creature's tail begins to rapidly move back and forth. Probably guess to be excitement. The body continues to move. Be reasonable. You know that won't work. And I'm not alone. And the head kind of snaps and looks over towards Duradon. And you watch as the blackened veins recall. You see life come back into the eyes. And what is Kipley's face as she regains consciousness with the creature grasping at her neck. And you feeling like it could snap it in a moment's notice. Kipley.
I mean, I think her pupils are just completely blown. Her ears are back, and she just looks terrified. And she has stared down many things before, and she's absolutely terrified.
Duradon, Mammoth, and Mustang. From this angle, primarily Duradon, you watch as pure fear and terror cross Kipley's face. And you see, almost in the imagery of what you've seen many times Duradon, of even when a creature that is 10 times the size catches it, a predator does not play with its food. In any case, it uses the full extent of its force. In this case, something this big, holding Kipley, you have no doubt could kill her quite easily right now. Any actions or any reactions from party as this is happening?
Dordon will say, I can't see what you see, and I don't know what's going on, but I can't let you kill my friend. Is there anything that can be done to prevent this violence?
As you say that, you watch as it does get his attention for a brief moment as he looks over to you in disgust. And here I was thinking that you... soft, weak. Turns, and as he turns his head, you watch as a tail reaches out and is attempting to slam into your chest. Go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw. This is going to be a straight roll, as it would normally be at disadvantage. But you do have the barbarian ability for advantage rolls on danger sense. As it is pitch black in here, you barely see it coming.
Is Mammoth still on the floor?
You are still feeling that searing hot pain, but you are not in any state like Kipley is in, so if you would like to try and do something or say something, you absolutely can. Just bear
No, I
in
was
mind
just
that
curious.
it is like if someone is taking a hot poking iron and stabbing it into your forehead from the inside.
Excellent. Love that.
Dexterity saving throw 18. Cool. That is not enough.
Okay.
You have a tail slam into the center of your chest. You are thrown up against the back
Can
wall
you use the
of the
talisman?
hut. Talisman's not going to help.
Okay.
4 actually. would get you there if you would like to try.
Let's see. Come on,
I get
D&D
you
got
20.
our roll 20 gods. Come on. Let's not waste these 30,000 plus hours we've been together. How about you do that? And okay.
How about you do that instead? As I said, Tail slams you up against the wall, and you feel the entire hut shudder with the force that it does. Does not choose to do damage, but instead is holding you up against it with minimal effort. As the tail is just currently acting as like almost just like if someone had just placed a large like log on your chest. It feels like it turns its attention back to the others. Mustang, are you doing anything in this?
You said that Duradon was slammed to a wall.
Correct.
I'm gonna go and make sure he's okay.
Okay, you rush past. As you do, you watch as the eyes flicker for a moment as you rush past it. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to go ahead and make me a strength saving throw.
All right. Ooh. That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Unfortunately, not enough.
What the dip?
You
All right.
you turn your back to what is essentially an apex predator, and out of pure involuntary response, you feel the back of your newly found flesh immediately rent. The damage alone is going to be
Might take me out.
that is 32 points of piercing damage.
Yeah.
As you are in his jaws, and like a toy rag doll, when a dog shakes its head back and forth viciously, you watch as Mustang's body is flung one direction to another before it too is thrown up against the wall and slammed. And the creature turns back to look, this time at Mammoth.
They're dying, and you're still silent.
I really don't know what's going on.
Ever so curious as to why this one is here. And yet you do not respond. What does that tell me then? That you're choosing to ignore me. Or maybe that is because you can't.
I can't what?
Do you need me to free you from this vessel? Is that why you came here?
No, I came here to learn about my
You
past.
see, saliva is drenching down this creature's own fur and neck and is now mixed with a fresh red coat of Mustang's blood. No, I don't think you know why you are here at all. Allow me to show you.
And in a flash, the creature opens its jaws and snaps, biting into Mammoth's flesh. And you watch as it rips into your torso. Its bite strength is more than enough to bite you clean in two. What is your current hit point total?
17.
17. Fantastic. You feel as this creature bites into your chest. You immediately feel a new sensation for you, as every single rib is simultaneously broken. Your lung is punctured,
you can feel it just barely miss your heart and instead puncture through your stomach. And immediately you feel a hot sensation switch to cold as you lose the ability to feel beneath the waist down. And in this sensation of a hot flash to cold to barely being able to process what is going on, you can see as the blood enters this creature's mouth, that third eye pulses a rapid yellow and orange, and you can just feel the unending hunger that is being attempted to be satisfied by this creature. Kipley, would you like to do anything in this moment as you are conscious and awake?
I mean, I think once it started attacking, I think she would have called out, like cried out, "Stop hurting them, please." And if they didn't, and if she has movement, she's gonna cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Go ahead and make me 2 attack rolls. 22 hits, 21 hits. 8, 15. The rapid bursts of eldritch energy forming in your hand. Now, as the previous kind of like sickly green, you notice that there's a lack of hue. It is almost like, in this moment, a transparent mixed with slightly cloudy black energy is taking the more like replacing the natural color as a near invisible wave of energy slams into the creature. It does reel back slightly for a moment, addressing you still with Mammoth in its mouth, but does not spit him out. And you hear a sickening crunch as it fully bites in, and you see Mammoth begins to go limp as his head rolls and looks towards you. Mammoth. In this state, do you have any thoughts that would be going through Mammoth's head, or any specific memories like flashing, as this is the closest that you've come to death in this way?
He's thinking about like playing in this like the beach day that we had around the time of the that we met. I don't remember what they're called, the underwater mermaid guys. He's thinking about that. He's thinking about the just kind of most of the shenanigans, like the prank that he pulled on Duradon with the salt, the seeing who can hold their breath the longest, and then wild shaping into a fish, and I don't know, all the goofs and laughs and stuff that he's had with the gang.
Yeah. I think you were thinking of the marrows and the land sharks.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. You get all those happy memories staying out on the beach throughout the entire night with Mustang as you slept in a sandcastle. The adventures that you felt since you arrived at Paradise Peak. Do you think Mammoth at this moment is leaning closer to being at peace and fulfilled with that is greater?
Wait, My
I think-
internet shit. What was that?
No, I think Dom,
It's
yours
pretty
is going out quite a bit.
Oh no! Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. Do you think in this moment it is a sense of satisfaction and kind of happiness that you did experience such things with your friends that is greater? Or do you think that it is a kind of deeper sorrow for what you're currently experiencing as you begin to lose consciousness?
He's not really afraid of death. He sought adventure like the day he washed up on the shore, and that's what he got. And so I think he's looking back on it with fondness.
As those memories begin to leave you one by one, your body goes still. There is a moment where Kipley is the only one conscious and able to see in this moment as the small child body of Mammoth goes completely limp and life leaves his eyes. Expecting, hoping, praying even that Ultron or Wave might intervene, that this is a bad dream. You watch as the beast begins to drop his body on the ground, lick the blood-stained floor, and severed into is the halfling child that you all got to love, know, and adore over the past 4 months. And you watch as he begins to reach down and attempt to eat him. Duradon,
Fuck.
as you are being held up against the wall by this tail that is as large as you, you can feel the muscle density behind this thing. Tails are not normally having a lot of mass behind them. The majority of them are used for either balance or scouting purposes. This is a weapon. This is not just a aspect of this beast. And you are finding yourself struggling against the weight, feeling helpless as you are watching this scene play out in front of you. And you notice something. Throughout all of the chaos that has just occurred, you look around the room in the darkness, the red light washing across the walls. And you can see the beast address you. Except for one. As you feel the tail, as you're pushing against it, trying to resist, you feel some give, as if something else is trying to help you. And you very quickly realize, putting 2 and 2 together, you entered this room with 5 and there's only 4 right now. And you feel the tail is shoved off. And you are standing looking up at this beast as it is now beginning to eye towards Kipley, its back turned towards you. You look down and you see Mammoth. You see Mustang bleeding out in front of you. What would you like to do? As you can hear the shaky breath of Cyrus standing next to you, currently unable to be seen by anyone. But you know she's there.
how large is this creature in front of us,
Uh,
or like sizing?
it is considered huge.
Okay. Um, let me look at the little image real quick. Um, what are does Doradon see the? You said I saw the body of Mammoth, correct?
You saw it fall to the floor in pieces.
Yes. So I'm gonna do something wild and crazy here, and if I die, it wouldn't be the third time. I'm gonna go ahead. Um, Duradon is going to rage, um, and try to utilize, um, hopefully to go for like a display of athletics as he like wants to try to climb to get to the horns of this creature and like break it off to like utilize it as a weapon um against this beast.
So you're
He's
trying
just
to climb on top of it.
yeah.
Go ahead and give me an athletics check with advantage.
Gang type shit. And thankfully, because of the level up, I am now an expert in athletics.
Would you like me to roll first so you know
Uh,
what you have to beat, or would you like to go first?
yeah. Tell me what I have to be. Give me the doubts that I need to overcome.
Wow, that is a really fucking shitty roll. That is a dirty 20.
Okay. All right. I have to get a 11 or higher. It's a 24.
24. So it is not enough to grapple the creature purely based on the size difference alone.
Mhm.
But as you begin to approach it from behind, as it is stalking towards Kipley, you grab the back of its fur and pull hard enough for it to turn and look at you. And as it does, you kind of twist with it. So you are now, Kipley is at your back behind you, and it is facing towards the unconscious body of Mustang. And as it sees that kind of inkling of blood, you watch as it goes to rush towards him, and you turn and grab kind of, this is like the world's most improvised wrestling maneuver you've ever seen. As you grab the horns, it is, again, its head hits the ceiling, so you have no purchase. As you kind of leap up and grab the horns, you use your full body weight and push against the ceiling, slamming the creature down onto your stomach now, as its entire head is on top of you. Just the head. The rest of the body doesn't even take up as much as your entire form. Um, you have its head grappled right now. The rest of it is still free, and it reaches back to begin to claw you. As this is happening, Mustang's body is slowly being dragged away by an invisible force, um, of which you don't have to make death saving throws, as a cure wounds is administered by Cyrus. And in the center of this room in commotion, we're actually going to briefly cut away. As clearly what was hoping for an encounter of exchange of knowledge of looking for how you can best approach yourselves to a threat that you would like to become an ally of. Whatever this creature is, clearly far beyond what you're currently capable of or currently understanding. Mammoth. I will ask you of this now, Ryan. Would you like to go ahead and join me in Whispers, or would you like the rest of the group to hear what happens in the minute that you are dead?
Let's be secretive.
While you guys are
Tee-hee.
stewing on that, we'll be right
Jeez.
back.
Okay, when are we supposed to use these stupid robots?
Which robots?
Our big bots.
Oh, I don't, probably not now. This feels like a not yet sort of deal.
Like something's big gonna come save us.
We'll see. It sounds like Mammoth is about to have his Portcliff moment.
His glow up.
Yeah, his very, very murderous glow up. Yes. That or I've got some pretty cool backup characters if shit really goes to shit. I'll be sad, but it is what it is.
Well, this was unexpected.
I know. All the druids were so chill. They're like, yeah, you could just talk to our chief, and he'll warn you about like the iron thicket and what you need to know. Not a singular clue that this chief was a beast and was going to eat us. They just wanted us to be dinner.
Go to the iron thicket, they said. Where's my little white rabbit when we need him?
Like, my blood pressure is raised. It's up. It's up and it's stuck, even.
I want to burn this place to the ground. Not gonna lie, Kipley's pretty disappointed in Drawer and Roar and Drare.
They misled us.
She gonna have some, if she survives, she gonna have some
Choice words. I hope. Yeah, maybe Mustang will too. The two charisma people go to town on these losers. Kipley learns cutting words.
I have Hellish Rebuke. Although, I don't got no spells, guys.
I think I don't know if I have spells either. I have a gun though. That's all I need. Ye old persuader.
Is that what the new gun's called?
I don't know. I haven't thought about giving it a name yet. It is yet to reveal its nature to Mustang.
Interesting.
And as much as he would make fun of Duradon for talking to his weapons, he is just as crazy and talks to his weapons, even though they don't talk back. So he's waiting. Waiting to hear something.
We have gone through so much. What is this?
More. Going through more. That's what it is.
You know, you get a side of trauma with your trauma. You know.
Yeah, I like to have a little trauma cherry on my trauma cake.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I was just thinking the other day, like if I'm kind of at a point where a new character sounds kind of fun and interesting. I've been playing Mustang for a long time. You know, if he dies, I'll be upset, but I'll be also interested to see what comes next.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I will be more upset though if everyone else dies. That is far more upsetting.
Next character you're getting is a full caster. So that'll be fun.
Is it that the bard?
Uh,
Or different one?
sorry, say that one more time.
The bard that you made a while ago?
Oh, Ervin. Ah, fuck, shit.
Oh no, other one.
Oh,
you
the
made
skill
different one.
monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Proficiency in every skill. You love to see it.
I do love to see it. I have to say that's one of my favorite things about playing bard, is being able to just be, good at whatever the fuck.
So I did a thing. I heated up a metal rod and didn't realize that it would heat up the entire length of the metal rod and decided to touch it and I out.
That moment when metal conducts heat.
Yeah. Ah,
Hmm.
God damn it. Science. Goddamn science. So what were you thinking about playing if Mustang passed?
I've got a couple different ideas. Uh, thought there's this other character from a different campaign that I never got to play that I really wanted to play. So I was thinking about using her, but then I have all these old characters that I'd like to play. Like it would be cool to bring back Shazai, but now we're in the past, so he's in the future. So Shazai's off the table. So I've had to look at some of my other characters. I think might play someone. You know what? I can't say that because that's gonna spoil the fun for future Ash. But thought about dragging Rakshak in here, but I don't think he'd fit. I don't think I'm smart enough to play him like while I'm on my toes. Um,
Yeah.
so there's this other character that's like a shapeshifter demoness that I made a long time ago. Let me see if I can find the art.
What about you, Kip? What would you play if, or Megan? What would you play if Kipley passed?
I don't know. We've talked about that before, and I've kind of gone back and forth.
Didn't you
Oh.
guys gonna do like a combined backstory at some point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we still could do that.
Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. Thought there was a ghost in here with me.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Yeah, no, just, things moving on their own. Yeah, I don't know. I originally was looking at doing a type of a druid, but
Ooh.
I don't know if this world is really if I'm would even be allowed to do a druid, because it kind of feels like that is a very specific type of, I don't know, class that is just a little too rare to have
True.
two.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I feel like this makes me question things about myself.
What?
I mean, does it really though? I feel like
mean-
it's pretty. Let me see if I can find the one that I drew. That was a commission I did a long time ago, but let me see if I can find her full body
Because
reference.
I don't know if this combines so many different types of things, and I'm like, huh. I don't know that I should be attracted to any of this, but all of it, I am very much attracted to, because it's like it feels serpentine, but also feline, but also changeling.
All of the
Yeah,
above, baby. All of the above.
it's
Bingo.
like, but also like Anubis with the ears.
Uh,
But
Let's talk about old art. Oh my god, that art is so old.
yeah, it's dope as shit.
I thought I might play her, but I don't know. I don't know. It's
I
kind
feel like
of
she takes souls in packs and like doesn't even have to do any of like the seductress work. It's just like, yeah, yeah, just take it. Just take the soul. I don't need it.
her backstory was pretty fun and interesting. At least I thought it was pretty custom built for the world that Dom had made.
I've had a character I wanted to play for that.
Oh, they're all coming back. Shh, don't tell them.
Mustang. What do you mean, don't
Shit.
tell 'em? I will start abducting people. No,
You've already killed us and ripped apart the child.
I absolutely did, and I feel no remorse. Mustang,
Yes.
Kipley,
Yeah.
Duradon. All of you in various different states of consciousness. Watch the scene before you. Mammoth's body falls to the floor. Duradon begins to grapple with the creature and attempt to try and break off one of its horns. And even with that check to get on top of it, breaking off a piece of this creature is far more difficult than just getting its head into a grapple. And as you're holding it down and Kipley is throwing Eldritch Blasts, beginning to crawl away from it, still in burning pain, Mustang, you begin to come back to consciousness. Your eyes flicker open, and you can see as Cyrus becomes visible, dragging your body to the corner of the room. And you see, now for the first time, Mammoth's now fully bisected body. The lower half, a good 2 feet from the top. Sinew all about, the eyes completely open but no life behind them. And as the creature that is Duradon is holding now in this grapple begins to roar, you hear it cry out. This is what happens when you don't answer a simple question. You come into my den, you try and send your hungry little thief prey upon my meals, upon my hunt. And now you will watch as they suffer the consequence in your name. Rolling its head over, Duradon is flung from the grapple. You watch as it reaches its body over, now looking at its full attention back towards Kipley. Your arrogance is what got you into that state. Allow me to end that misery of a life you call yours. And begins to stalk, and then goes into a full leap towards her. And you watch as the light emitting from its eyes goes dim. The redness and the yellow from the third eye all go out at once, almost like candles snuffed out in the night. There is the sound of what can only be described as a skull being impacted by what sounds like to be an object at least twice its size, and quite a number more than its weight. And you hear a voice boom out of the darkness. And what has become of my loyal servant? Here you stand in the bottom of filth, preying upon those who came to you seeking help. I leave you for not but 200 years, and this is where you find yourself. You excuse of a pet.
The red eyes open once more as it turns back around to face this voice. I'm gonna give you a strong remembrance of where you came from. You are not a friend. You are not a foe. You are just an aspect of what I once was. I did not give it up so you could shit upon what I am trying to give this world. When you awake, you best pray to the gods that are gone that these beings in front of you have far more mercy than you. The lights from the eyes emitting outwards all turn off at once. And you hear a yelp, not of a human voice, but of a beast, a wounded beast in pain. And no sound is heard past that. Kipley reaches the other side of the room, kind of pressing yourself up against the back of the wall. Duradon, you are now staring at an unmoving body. And Mustang, one of the only ones besides Cyrus who sees, not in the pitch black with clarity, but the outline of a creature just as large as the one that stood before you, fangs bared, but that of a man. A long, flowing beard, and a staff that as quickly as he arrived, vanished back into the shadows. And the last thing that you hear is Mammoth finishing your count. 9, 10. You open your eyes. Looking around, you see the unmoving body of the creature that assaulted you prior. Kipley, Duradon, both in a position of terrified fear and yet battle ready. And you watch as you turn your head and look over and see Mustang still alive, heavily injured, but breathing, as Cyrus is beginning to tend to their wounds. The rest of you watch as in this complete darkness, a small twinkle of light emits not from the eyes of a creature, but blue, orange, and gold begins to slowly creep its way over Mammoth's body. And in a flash, dissipates as quickly as it arrived. You see him unharmed, almost as if he's been perfectly refreshed from a long rest. And as we end tonight's session, all of you get the faintest hint of vanilla in the air.
Is he
And that's where we're going to
still,
leave off tonight's session.
is he still
Wagwan.
bisected?
No, Mav looks completely fine.
Oh, relief.
You saw there was a brief flash of blue and kind of orange flashing lights on his body, and you heard a sickening snap.
Okay.
But mixed with the darkness and the flash of light, by the time that your eyes and vision cleared, almost like he never took damage to begin with.
Wow.
Hey, gang.
Relief.
Sometimes you really gotta bury the lead. And other times, you just gotta kill a bunch of people and then make it seem like everything's chill. You just gotta have a conversation. What's wrong with that?
I was gonna say that we're gonna have some choice words with the people topside, but I think they might run a most devious fate upon us all for
A most devious fade.
you're killing their chief.
Oh, who said it was dead?
Oh, I don't
didn't-
know.
Oh, no,
I
no,
hope
no.
it's just unconscious.
If you run it back on those words that were just played in the darkness, he said, when you awake, better hope that the creatures surround you have more mercy than you gave them.
I gotta
Yes.
get out of here.
I'll have to eventually share that stat block because it is super fun. And that is literally just melee attacks that I shared. It is so much more. But
20 didn't save. A 20, you guys.
20 definitely didn't save. No, the DC was 22.
That's messed.
Um, I think some of you might have started to put together what was happening, and I felt a little DM pride in. I think it was just Ash and Jared freaking the fuck out.
Tweaking so hard.
Listen, sometimes you make a campaign and you have very similar story beats to another, and you just gotta tweak it a little bit more so that you have that little spicy, a little bit of raunch to it.
Bit of raunch.
A little bit of raunch to it.
She says. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you
gracious.
think Joe Wrangler doesn't have raunch?
Yeah, dude. What do you know about Joe Wrangler?
I can't wait until you figure out why that is a meme and how funny it is.